And we're live. Hello there, everyone. Hope you're ready for a fun little stream tonight. We're going to be doing some interesting things, I guess you could say.
Certainly.
Before we get into that, though, probably going to be a few new people seeing both of us this time around. So we're going to introduce ourselves. Drip, would you like to go first since you are the guest?
First, I am, I go by Driptosaurus. I'm primarily on TikTok, but I also make YouTube videos. I'm a paleoartist and a science communicator. I study birds and dinosaurs professionally. And I talk a lot about Monster Hunter and video games and like the science of video games, but I do love some good paleontology, and so I'm excited to be here with Dr. Dino, looking at some of the less than up to snuff science of the organization Answers in Genesis.
And not just science either, but also art. I will just say you are a fantastic artist. What are some of your favorite things to draw?
Yeah, I really, really love dinosaurs, of course, but I also love like Pseudotsuchians, some of those early dinosaur relatives, pterosaurs as well. My work has taken me into drawing a lot more birds than I used to before, which is great. It's primarily skeletal stuff, but yeah, I'm out drawing all sorts of things in terms of specific taxa. I draw Acrocanthosaurus at least twice a day, if not more. It's very much an outlier. It's just like my favorite animal that's ever existed. So it's really that I would have to say is my favorite. Yeah.
I mean, hey, everyone's got a favorite dinosaur, and if you out there don't, you need to fix that.
Absolutely, and make sure it's a real dinosaur and not one of those aquatic lizards.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
And your roommate will be joining us here in a minute. So
Yeah.
Yes, I'm also here. I'm Azalea. I'm Drip's roommate. I'm eating dinner right now, but I'm going to be joining in a minute once I'm done with that. I am a little bit less of an artist, though I think I have more experience with like generative AI and that kind of stuff.
She knows how to talk.
Oh, so you'll actually have a lot of input on this.
Yes, I am currently a game design major in college, so we talk a lot about that kind of stuff. Yeah, I will be back once I'm done eating.
All right. Well, nice to meet you.
Very cool.
then-
And you can go ahead and introduce yourself in case anyone here is unfamiliar with you, I suppose.
Sure. Howdy there, folks. I am Dr. Dino, or Doc Dino for short. I am a paleontologist currently doing a lot of research out in Wyoming. This is my little apartment behind me. I wish I had a screen behind me, but I don't yet. Might soon. I don't really have a specialty yet, though I am mostly working in the Morrison and Cloverleaf formations, so I'm dealing with a lot of dinosaurs, kind of all at once right now.
That makes sense.
And working on, well, one right now, but maybe 2 or more publications about the stuff I'm doing.
Yeah, well, good luck. I hope those pass reviews smoothly. I love the Morrison information. It's one of probably my favorite site that I've ever been to. It's you got some killer awesome animals there.
Oh, for sure. Lots of cool animals, and the only thing I don't like about it is that as soon as it gets wet, it just turns to mud.
Yeah, I was lucky for it to be pretty dry during the weeks that I was there, but I'm sure next time I won't be so fortunate.
Yeah, it always rains when it's most inconvenient, every single time.
Very true.
But hopefully I'll be going out tomorrow, though, so maybe I'll find something new.
Nice.
That's what I'm hoping, at least.
Very cool.
And as far as artistry goes, because I imagine that's going to be a rather large part of the stream, I have very little experience with art. I used to doodle a lot back in high school. I took one painting class. And I wasn't the best, unfortunately, but I had fun with what I did do. And actually my mother just sent me a photo of the painting I did, and I would show it, but it has my name on it.
Huh. That's
So I might pixelate the name and then I'll show it here. But until then, should we get started?
Yeah, sure. Let's hop into it.
All right, and we're gonna have a little strange stream layout here tonight, folks, because this is gonna be recorded and edited as its own video. So we're kind of moved around, so it's easier to edit, and that logo is not stuck in the corner.
Yeah.
As for what we're covering tonight, we actually have two videos. We have a short one and a long one. I figured it'd probably be best to start with a shorter one first.
Sure, yeah.
Out of curiosity, Drip, how much experience do you have with young Earth creationists?
Probably not enough to be particularly good at engaging with them, but enough to have not enjoyed it.
I can't blame you for that.
Yeah, I used to spend a lot of time doing like kind of debate-focused streams talking about evolution and stuff on TikTok, but it's just kind of exhausting. I think it's good work, the people who do it, but I've shifted towards a more just like dinosaur news and discussion type of thing. So I haven't encountered as many of them. In my experience working in a museum, I do a little bit of public-facing work, and I have interacted with a few young Earth creationist people in person. It's always very interesting. I feel like the only thing that they can really agree together on as a whole is that I'm wrong, and paleontology as a whole is wrong. But as soon as if you put like two different young Earth creationist viewpoints in a room with each other, they clash very dramatically. And so I think it's interesting to look at like all the different spots where it comes from and how different all those perspectives are, for sure.
Yeah, and I think I've given you my thesis on why they hate science and especially paleontology before, but to sum it up for the audience, more so big organizations like Answers in Genesis here, which is a pretty big organization. Actually, they make tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars a year by selling what's basically propaganda. Most of the time, they do it in service of a political agenda. And in fact, in their talks about dinosaurs, this organization loves to mix in all kinds of social complaints, let's say. So they sow a distrust of science with not obvious claims, like birds being dinosaurs, and then use that as leverage to discredit other aspects of science to achieve political means. And that's just my personal view on it. And for the record, I don't think every young Earth creationist thinks like that. In fact, I know most of them don't. Most of them are normal people and have whatever religious beliefs you like as long as it doesn't hurt anyone else. That's my personal stance.
Yeah, I think that's a good stance to have.
Yeah, but organizations like this do cause harm. They cause demonstrable harm. Answers in Genesis, I don't know if they still advocate for conversion camps, but I'm pretty sure they used to. And they hate anyone who is not cisgender or straight. With
yeah. I know a lot of the organizations that I've looked at in the past are very much still in favor of that sort of thing, which is pretty awful. And a lot of them are also, I hate to say, I don't even think the word loosely applies here, just kind of tied to oil companies as well.
Because they're very anti-environmentalist.
Yeah, and so the funding for some of these organizations, I know, does come. I think the biggest one, I believe, Ken Ham is the one who's most documented as being partially involved with oil companies. I could be wrong. I will double check this. But this sort of kind of hyper religious conservatism that's pushed by these organizations is very much in service to these oil companies, because if people don't believe in climate change, then they're loosening regulations on these businesses, and then they can then have higher profit margins when they're selling gasoline and stuff, which is
Exactly.
really, really terrible. Yes, these organizations do definitely cause tangible harm when people see these videos and they kind of start to take on these beliefs and vote accordingly, I would say.
Yeah, and they do it with. I don't think AIG did as much, but they do this with vaccines too, and just all kinds of health regulations. It's a nightmare. But on a slightly happier note, I was just sent an image of that painting without my name in it. So this is my one piece of paleo art that I've ever made.
That's amazing.
That's really good.
That's beautiful.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah,
oh,
that's really
wow.
cool.
That's awesome. I really like
thank-
that.
Thanks. For a period in high school, Ceratosaurus was my favorite dinosaur, so I
also
wanted to
painted a
draw
lot
its
of
skull for
Ceratosaurus
painting
in high
class.
school.
I don't know. I do kind of want to get back into painting, but it's hard to find the time.
Definitely. I've done it here and there. I mostly do digital art, of course, and like kind of pen and ink stuff. But I have been trying to find more time to like commit to big paintings. It's very like therapeutic, even if you're, not particularly proud of the end result. Sometimes just sitting there and like focusing on something for a while can be very good for your health, I feel.
Yeah, I get that. I get that. But we've been talking for a few minutes now. Maybe we should get started.
For sure.
Well, I just said that, but before we do begin, let's meet our speaker for the evening.
All right.
So, one fun thing about Answers in Genesis in particular is they almost never have a scientist talk about their area of expertise. What do you think this guy's area of expertise is when he's talking about dinosaurs?
He's got a microbiologist kind of haircut, I feel.
Yeah, I was gonna say something like that or something physics related.
I could see both. But unfortunately, you're both wrong. He's a web designer.
All right.
Which
Your corner.
maybe explains why he loves AI art so
He
much.
feels like a web designer.
Oh my god. I give him way too much credit. Oh jeez. Okay.
Yep. But his cohort in most of this, whom we'll meet in the next video, she actually does have a degree in paleontology, but not with dinosaurs.
That makes sense.
For now, though, let's let him introduce himself.
Do we really know what dinosaurs
Well,
look
the topic.
like? And how do we know? Did you know that? Do we really know what dinosaurs look like? And
Come on. Sorry.
No, it's all right.
A weird Triceratops, an old Velociraptor toy. I know that Brachiosaurus. That's a sticker. I had that sticker as a kid.
And that's Fred Wierum's Torvosaurus tanneri on the bottom
Yep.
left.
Used with permission, I'm sure.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah. Okay.
And how do we know? Did you know that every artist makes
Well, turn it
assumptions
down
in
a
the
little bit.
drawings that they do? And how those drawings show up in your work makes a huge difference on what those drawings look like at the end. As a creationist, I draw these animals differently. I look at the same evidence as an evolutionist, someone who believes that these animals evolved over time, but I come to different conclusions because my starting point is very different. I'm going to walk.
Okay. So a few things there. When either of you do art or paleo art in particular, how many assumptions do you usually make that aren't based on any evidence?
Not very many, unless I'm trying to draw parallels with a specific other organism. I wouldn't even call those assumptions. Those are just creative choices. Yeah, I mean, basically everything. I think one of the best things about paleo art is like, you can be quite transparent about what you are pulling from data and what you are being artistic with. I don't know if assumption falls in there at all. It's like personal choice and evidence-based reconstruction. So I don't know exactly where he's coming from with that.
Something you'll pick up on pretty quick is they love to use as much loaded language as they can,
Yeah.
even if it doesn't really fit.
Yep.
This is gonna
It's
be a
pretty
time.
typical.
Yeah.
You through my process today, and I think you'll enjoy the result. So today I'm going to draw an animal called Sinornithosaurus, and he's a big deal because evolutionists, when they found this fossil, it was the first dromaeosaur, which they consider dinosaurs, dromaeosaur found with feathers, and so that was a huge deal. Here's a picture.
You know, that's actually true.
Yeah.
And Sinornithosaurus is really significant for it. But also there's a...
a troodontid. Oh no,
I looked it up
Anchiornis.
earlier. It's a dromaeosaurid.
Yeah, okay.
And he's also used a term that we're going to hear a lot more, so it's probably good to define it for the audience. Evolutionist. This is a term that creationists broadly use to refer to anyone who accepts any science they don't like, whether it be related to evolution or not.
Yeah. This is like a super common thing where people will equate something that exists with an ideology in order to like question the validity of that thing to exist. You can basically turn any fact into a belief with the right sort of language like that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, and for anyone who is watching along with us, if you decide to drink, let us know what you're drinking. I'm having some red apple ale because I like it.
Picture
that
of
would
that
be a good
fossil,
idea.
and you
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Do you want to steal our roommate's tonic water?
No.
Our roommate bought a thing of tonic water because she thought it was
Regular seltzer water. Yep.
It's not seltzer. It's tonic.
Okay. I don't like either of those.
Yeah,
But okay.
They like plain seltzer water, but not tonic water.
Why? It tastes like someone bathed a battery in it.
Some people have like a
Sometimes-
robot thing going on.
Sometimes that flavor is just kind of the really specific kind of bad that you're looking for.
This is the really specific kind of bad that I'm looking for in terms of content. So I think that is a good point.
That's fair. Well, then let's feed your appetite.
can see the fuzzy stuff coming off of it. So the first step for me is to research the fossil and to figure out what did this animal look like from the bones. But before we jump into the bones, let's look at how evolutionists have represented this animal. So this is Sinornithosaurus, one of the...
I don't know who drew this, but for the time, I imagine this has to be old, like early 2000s. It's not a bad reconstruction for the time.
I mean, the skeletal anatomy is very much there. The feathers aren't definitely not long enough, and I have a perfect example here. If you can hold the microphone.
I can make you big here in just a second.
So
Oh, not me. You.
there we go. So
There we go.
One thing that they've done there is they haven't covered all of the digits of the manus, the hand of the animal, in feathers. This is a common thing that you see in paleoart, where they're basically wearing like feather sweaters and it goes up to the wrist, or even shorter. But if you take our friendly little Maniraptor in here, this is a European starling. He has a series of these feathers, which are primary feathers that are actually attached to the fingers. So they're attached to a fused first and second digit. And we know that those sorts of feathers were there because, now we have other fossils that show those primaries being attached there. And they also they're a little bit small and I can't really pull the wings out because they're tied down. But there are another series of feathers that are attached to the thumb, which in birds is called the alula. And we know, as far as I'm aware, that those feathers do appear in some of the non-avian dinosaurs. In birds, they're much larger and more specialized, and they use them to control the vane of the wing in flight.
Here, if I may I pull up a visual?
Oh yeah, sure.
Okay. Found a website. This is animatornotebook.com. But it
Cool.
just shows like the bones in a bird wing and how they relate to your own bones, so you know what they are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you can see right up there the red part on top of the two green bones that are touching. That's the alula, and that's where those kind of little forewing feathers will sit. They're kind of like the flaps on the front of an airplane wing, and they'll regulate airflow surrounding the bird's wing as it lands or takes off. They might have existed in the dromaeosaurs. I'm not sure if there's any hard evidence of specifically that sort of feathering, but we do know that some of the early Paravians were probably engaged in a behavior called wing-assisted incline running, which is currently, I think, the main accepted hypothesis for the evolution of flight feathers in birds and dinosaurs, which is that when you're going up an incline, this is appears in young birds when they don't have the feathers that are large enough to fly. They still beat their wings as they go up an incline to generate downforce to give their feet more traction, and that's very effective when it comes to running quickly up steep slopes, which is something that predatory dinosaurs like the Maniraptorans probably would have been doing. And so those long tails, those running legs, those sorts of features would indicate, a terrestrial lifestyle where wing-assisted incline running would definitely be a beneficial behavior that that sort of feathering would help out with.
Especially for young animals, right? Because it'd be
yeah.
easier for them to do.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, young birds that are around today are the reason that we know that wing-assisted incline running even exists, because that's how a lot of them move up trees to get back to their nests when they're fledging and they can't fully fly yet. They can ascend almost perfectly vertical surfaces by beating their wings down, so that if they're moving up the tree, they're pushing themselves this way, so they get actual grip and traction with their legs. It's pretty cool.
I could be wrong, but can't they even go up upside down surfaces to a limited degree?
I think adult birds can do that. I'm not sure about fledglings. The study was done throughout many different age groups. Adult birds definitely still do that sort of thing. I know definitely I've seen woodpeckers flap their wings underneath branches to move about. But yeah, wings aren't just useful for taking yourself off the ground. They're also very useful for keeping yourself attached to something by kind of forcing your body in the opposite direction.
It's a spoiler. You turn your wings into a spoiler.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Very true.
And if I'm remembering correctly, with their depiction that they have there, isn't it the case that feathers typically, in terms of their feathers on the arms, they would have started kind of from the fingers and then made their way down the arms? So you really wouldn't see something like this where it's just feathers on the arms, like it would be on the hand.
Yeah, I mean, the largest feathers, the primary feathers, are going to be on the hand, usually.
But do you mean in development? Because I think it does start outward in. It starts developing on the fingers first and then moves its way in. At least in modern birds.
Yeah.
Yeah. And there is kind of an idea, I don't know if this has been studied, but the idea that the development tends to mirror evolutionary processes, like how the earliest feathers that we find in the fossil record resemble the feathers of the youngest bird specimens that we have. And as they become more complex, as both those birds age, those animals evolve and add sort of different developmental stages. It's why you have gills in the womb.
Now, you know what most creationists would say to that? They'd say that's based on Haeckel's ideas back in the 1800s, and because he was wrong then, you are wrong now because you're basing that on Haeckel.
That's called the genetic fallacy.
Well, they do that a lot.
Yeah. I feel like maybe we should do a fallacy drinking game, but I want to keep my liver intact.
Yeah, I was gonna say, that might be dangerous.
Yeah.
I've done it before. They add up pretty quick.
Yeah. I think I will abstain. Also, the only things I have in-house right now are red acrylic paint.
Oh no, you've got lacquer paint in here, right?
Oh, I guess that is technically alcohol-based.
Drawings by an evolutionist. You can see kind of all of the feathers coming off. He looks a little bit crazy with his arms going all over the place. Here's another one that looks similar. Kind of has these half-evolved wings in these drawings. You know, different colors because they don't know exactly how it was colored. This one has a little bit more feathers, but again, kind of half dinosaur, half bird.
This looks more or less like our modern renditions of most dromaeosaurs, right?
Yeah, I think that's pretty spot on. I don't know if there was a study done yet on Sinornithosaurus melanosomes. I'm going
I don't know.
Um, Sinornithosaurus.
And I don't know. I don't know who the artist is, but it. Oh, hey, I did know who it was actually. This is art by Emily Willoughby.
Oh my god.
She does a lot of great stuff.
She does. She's also a little bit controversial in regards to her personal beliefs.
Oh, I did not know. I just know her
Yeah.
for the art.
Yeah, Emily Willoughby. I think it's definitely a good pick. It aligns with probably a lot of AiG's stuff. She's not a creationist per se, but she does have some unfavorable things to say about certain groups of people, which is unfortunate.
Yup.
Huh. Okay. Well,
Yeah, sorry.
today I learned.
Yeah. That's why a
That
bunch
was
of
why I reacted the way I did when you said her name.
yeah. That's a
No,
why a bunch
I
of
understand.
stuff from Wikipedia recently, I believe. Dun dun dun. I think there was some stuff sampling melanosomes from Sinornithosaurus. No, Sinosauropteryx is the only one that comes up here.
Ah.
Never mind.
Oh well.
Well,
I was mistaken. But this
Oh,
is a pretty bang-on depiction of what Sinornithosaurus would look like. If I was doing it, I would maybe make the tail fan a little bit larger, but
yeah, maybe. Like maybe have it run down the tail a bit more.
yeah, that's usually been more in vogue with like modern dromaeosaurs, is to have like those feathers going all the way to like the base of the tail, because you see feather attachment all the way to the first caudal vertebrae in modern birds. They're just kind of all squeezed together.
Okay.
Yeah.
Looks kind of that way. Here's another one from a museum. And so you can see all of these reconstructions share a lot of similar attributes. When I approach something like this as a creationist, I have a different starting point. The first step I take is I look at the skeletal drawings. And you can see here the bones and the profile that he puts on this. It's posed a little bit like a dinosaur. What I want.
Does the tail look too short to you?
You know,
I'll go back a little bit. I feel like the tail might be a little too short,
you know what
but
I
I
think.
could be wrong.
I think the thing that's missing here is that there's no or no, that is the yeah, the ischiocaudal is there. It's just not drawn out because the ischium is so small. Like the backbone of the hip. If that's a Scott Hartman drawing, then I think the proportions are probably quite good. It's just that in a lot of the later dinosaurs, the tails might get smaller as the feathers make up more and more of their length. Yeah, because
No.
if the feathers are hanging off the end of the tail, it's going to make the tail appear much longer in artistic reconstructions than it does in just the skeletal.
That's true.
Yeah,
I don't know.
sure.
I'm comparing it to the skeleton that's on Wikipedia right now, and which I know very rigorous. It looks
Yeah.
a tiny bit short, but it's not bad. It just looked off to me. I guess I'm probably just used to seeing them with the feathers,
Yeah.
which I used to be resistant about that, when I was in like elementary school, but it grew on me pretty quick.
Yeah, much like feathers grow
Yeah.
on dinosaurs quite quickly.
Only takes a few decades.
Yeah.
What I want to be able to do is I want to take something like this and be able to do a drawing on top of it so that it's accurate. I want the proportions to be accurate. I want the the ratios of everything to be accurate, the shapes of the limbs, the shape of the skull, the size of the tail, all of those things to be as accurate as possible. What I've done here is I've actually recreated that skeleton in 3D. And this is a 3D program called Blender. So you can see here.
And I'm sure he made it himself.
Yeah.
I'm sure this wasn't bought from somewhere.
I can rotate the skeleton around, and so that gives me a lot of additional information, which is really helpful when I'm doing a drawing. Now, there's a lot of things about this that make it look a little bit more dinosaur-like. And so I'm going to talk about that first, because as a creationist, when I approach this animal, I want to know, is this a dinosaur or is this a bird? I've concluded, and our staff paleontologists have both looked at this animal, and we've concluded that this animal is actually a bird. And the reason for that, there's 3 real quick, easy ways to tell. One is, does it have feathers? Actual feathers with quills in them and barbs, and it does. If you look closely enough at the fossils, it does have true feathers. The second one is the wrist. The wrist is very unique, and you can see even in the evolutionary construction, the wrist is swiveled sideways. So it's got a special swivel wrist. It's got this special bone called semilunate carpal in the wrist. That is a good indicator that this is actually a wing. It's got feathers on it, and the wrist swivels kind of like a bird's wing folds. And then the tail is another big indicator. It's got a really thin, light tail. But you see, it's still posed like a dinosaur. And so...
Okay, so we have our 3 criteria for a bird. Feathers, special wrist bone, skinny tail.
So none of those are diagnostic characteristics.
Well,
Having a
but before you
tail.
get into that,
Yeah,
you play the Isle, right, Drip?
I do. Yes.
Is there a feathered creature in the Isle that has all of these characteristics that they wouldn't consider a bird?
Ostroraptor.
I meant in the like in the current branch.
Oh, and Rima. Would you consider Hypsilophodon to have a skinny tail?
I was going for Paleosaurus.
Oh my gosh, yes. There's a lot of examples to pull from for dinosaurs that have those traits. Paleosaurus.
Yeah, I wonder if that says something about this.
Yeah. I was gonna say those are just like the diagnostic criteria of Maniraptorans in general. Basically, I think all Maniraptorans have the semilunate carpal. And the fact that it has a skinny tail instead of a pygostyle immediately pulls it out of being a bird. Because that's like what we use to diagnose birds when we're looking at fossil animals. Is one of the main things we're looking for is the presence of a pygostyle, which is this kind of stack of almost like pizza-shaped vertebrae that are so compressed and fused together, and they make up the spot where all the tail feathers attach.
I mean, the fact that their starting point for the piece of art is, are we deciding it's a dinosaur or a bird, is pretty demonstrative already that they are not like going at this in all the right way.
No, is this a Dalmatian or a dog?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like...
And the tail thing especially. The tail, that's just a derived Coelurosaur trait. Everything north of Tyrannosaurus has a tail like that.
Yeah. I mean
don't Therizinosaurs sort of get a pygostyle by the end, kinda? Like their tail really shortens up?
They have a very short tail, but it's not comprised of fused vertebrae. The pygostyle can only articulate. It's like how you get an ankylosaurus, how their tail fuses up, and it's kind of like just a clump and a joint. The pygostyle only articulates at the hip. There's no flexion of the vertebrae, and I believe Therizinosaurs have some, like at least flexion. They have multiple joints in their tail, but it is very similar. You're right. They are.
Isn't there
Therizinosaurs are pretty closely related to birds.
There's another Coelurosaur group. Do ornithomimosaurs do that? With their last few tail vertebrae? I could have sworn some Coelurosaur did that besides
I think
birds.
it's the Scanceriopterigids.
That would not surprise me. They have really stubby tails.
Yeah. Yeah, I believe the Scanceriopterigids do have kind of almost a pygostyle going on. Yeah.
Oh, not Scanceriopter. I think Yi does.
Yeah, Yi specifically.
Oh yeah.
Yep. And I'll just show that here.
Awesome. Very cool. Yeah, it's got a lot of that is like the direction that we're seeing when we're looking at evolution kind of heading towards the Pygo style. I don't know if that's because I think that might be convergent, but definitely very similar to what we would see in some of those early birds.
Probably because I think most contemporary aviolans still have a longer tail.
Mhm.
So
The next step is to figure out, all right, if this animal is a bird, what happens if we pose it like a bird? That's that next step where I took the bones and I rearranged them. And
oh, sorry. One other thing I wanted to mention. I've only seen it in one study, but I have seen in a study where they refer to the wrist of it's either Dailong or Guanlong, and they say it appears to have a semilunate carpal.
I wouldn't be
Don't-
surprised.
I don't know if that's for sure or if they just misidentified something, but it at least has a weird fusion of the wrist bones that looks like a semilunate carpal. So if that's a bird trait, guess who else is a bird?
T-Rex.
pose them a little bit differently. I moved the knee forward because this is a really thin, light tail. It wouldn't provide enough counterbalance for the animal to walk from the hip. So the animal walked from the knee, which birds do. Birds' necks are more flexible, so you can see I curved the neck a little bit more. I just closed the mouth because birds don't walk around with their mouth hanging open. It looks a little bit more natural. And then I also folded the wing just a little bit more, raised it a little bit on the body. Not a big change. That's something that kind of takes.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure most dromaeosaurids still have a pretty well-developed fourth trochanter and the muscle that attaches to it.
Yeah,
So they're still walking from the thigh.
they're
So
they're the running lizards. Yeah.
I mean, go figure that the web designer doesn't know dinosaur anatomy.
There's
I mean, I've done web design. I don't know that.
yeah. No, that's definitely a point against there, and also just the proportions of the legs. Those like super long lower legs do not suggest an arboreal lifestyle. Usually, when you see like an extension of those lower leg components, like you would get in a lot of the dromaeosaurs, the ornithomimids, Carnotaurus, even to a certain degree, that's correlating to a more, at least Carnotaurus within the Abelisaurs. It has a longer lower leg.
Not really. We only have half of the lower legs of Carnotaurus.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. And the rest of its body is proportioned like other Abelisaurs. I just learned that recently, and I had to go check. And yeah, we don't have the lower half of the tibia or fibula, and none of the feet.
Oh, yeah.
And it's got this short femur. So I don't know.
No, that's like a total paleo meme then, because the idea of like Carnotaurus being an active predator is like so, I guess, commonly or like a running animal is so like talked about, and it often gets reconstructed with those like longer leg proportions compared to the other Abelisaurs. Yeah,
Yep.
That's not
And-
preserved.
A lot of that is based on Carnotaurus having really huge muscle attachment points on the tail for really strong leg muscles. So it had strong legs for sure. But some people have interpreted that to be strong, fast legs. But other Abelisaurs have really strong legs too.
Yeah.
And this is just my personal hypothesis. The way their body is built, like they're built really low and really strong with teeth that are great for gripping rather than slicing. I think they hunted like wrestlers and just grabbed things and yanked them around.
Yeah, like a terrier dog or like
Exactly.
a dog. Yeah.
You know, the other group of originally fast running predators that evolve, or well, terriers didn't evolve this, but a lot of terriers get like shorter faces with really strong bites.
Oh, yeah. That totally makes sense. Yeah.
I don't know. My personal hypothesis. I'd love to see a study on it, though.
Yeah, that's
I imagine
worth studying. That's a good idea.
the paleo art for it would be amazing.
I'm sure.
Oh, thought I hit
Takes
that.
it to that next step, and now you can see, if we kind of rotate around, it looks a whole lot more like a bird. So that's kind of that first step, is to figure out how is the skeleton posed that it's most natural based on the type of animal that it was. And then I also added some feathers to the wings. So you can see I've got a feather here, and the length and size of the feathers I want to be accurate as well. Now, the feather preservation on Sinornithosaurus wasn't super accurate, or wasn't preserved really well. And so what I did was I took the feather measurements from Microraptor, which is very similar, as I said. I'm not just making these decisions.
Similar, except that it's, I want to say, a tenth of the size.
Yeah, micro.
And flew.
Yeah.
There's a reason it's called Microraptor.
It has, yeah, and it has like completely different body proportions. It's very clearly like an arboreal animal. In terms of that sort of pulling from close relatives to do reconstructions, I mean, that is kind of a valid approach, but that's like if I was missing the skull of a barbet, which is like a kind of small bird that's closely related to toucans, and I chose a toucan skull in my attempt to reconstruct it. Now, barbets do have large beaks, but they have large beaks in proportion to like a normal bird. They don't have a toucan beak because they're not adapted for that lifestyle, and you can see that in the rest of their anatomy as well. They live different lives. They're a different group of birds, and it's that sort of thing where you're pulling from an animal that is an arboreal glider or flyer to reconstruct the traits of an animal that is a cursorial runner. Yeah.
And just to be clear, this is Velociraptor, not Sinornithosaurus, but it's a lot closer than Microraptor is. It just kind of shows you the differences that they have.
Was this the one that they had up on the screen in the video?
That might have been a Microraptor skeleton. Let me go back. Because
it has the same
scroll.
person from the same year.
Yep.
Yeah, it's the same Scott Hartman drawing.
Oh, so he's just pulling from Microraptor for this? Or, well, I mean, I guess he said he did.
Up on the computer screen, you can see he has the same picture of Velociraptor and Sinornithosaurus. Like, you just scrubbed over it. It's a little earlier. Like one. It's like
Yeah,
right
sorry.
before at that point.
I am struggling to find.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, it
No,
is.
never mind.
yeah.
It is the same guy. It is Scott Hartman.
Yeah, different.
Yeah, I think that, that is his Microraptor reconstruction down there. And then that's his Sinornithosaurus on top of it.
Got it, so they cut it up. Or probably cut it up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Anyway, back to
and be able to do a drawing on top of it.
where we were.
Super accurate, or wasn't preserved really well. And so what I did was I took the
Oh, come on, computer.
feather measurements
My
from
computer's being
Microraptor, which is
mean
very
to me
similar,
today.
as I said.
Jeez.
I'm not just making these decisions on the fly. This is based on just hundreds and hundreds of hours of research that I've done with our paleontologists, professional scientists here at Answers in Genesis. These are the criteria that we've developed after looking at.
Could you show the big board again?
Yeah.
You are going to love their diagrams. Here,
Oh my god.
I'll
our
just-
I love that their research images include AI images of various things.
Okay.
Trust me, you're gonna love it when we get to these. I don't want to spoil them for you, but you're gonna love them.
Paleontologists, professional scientists here at Answers in Genesis.
Trust me, we'll get to
These
see
are the
them in much
criteria
better
that we've
detail
developed
later.
after looking at hundreds and hundreds of research papers, hundreds of specimens. And so that's what led us to this conclusion that this animal was most likely a bird. So then I'll do some sketches about what could this bird have looked like in life. And so here's some really rough sketches that I did. And you can see it's got a longer tail than some birds do today, but these are generally how we would expect a bird to be posed. And so this one's my favorite. It's like it's pouncing on something there. It's got its wings.
Now, I will say, other than showing it flying here, the rest of these are pretty plausible. Like-
Let me pull up a
Well,
Sinornithosaurus.
well, before you go, let me. I don't know if there's a study that's done this for Sinornithosaurus, but at least for Deinonychus, the dromaeosaur I'm most familiar with, there have been studies showing that it actually had a really good range of motion with its feet and
Yeah.
really great grip strength. So it would be able to perch at least for short periods of time, although it was also much bigger than Sinornithosaurus, so it might have just needed stronger feet, I guess.
Yeah. I think the kind of... It's definitely not going to be a common behavior because it doesn't have that back-turned, what's it called?
Halix.
Yeah, the back,
The little toe.
halix in the back of the foot. It's in line with all the other ones, which
Mhm.
you would expect to see at least a larger halix or something along that line if it was a perching animal. Instead, it has like very typical dromaeosaur feet with that large claw.
Mhm.
So I think definitely it's a possible behavior. I mean, goats climb trees, but it's probably not the way that this animal's primarily sitting.
Yeah, probably not. Like I said, possible, but not habitual.
Yes.
Like, humans can climb a rock wall. We don't do it that often, usually, unless you're really into it.
Yeah.
Wings open a little bit. So now I'm going to go back to my 3D skeleton here because I could start drawing on top of this rough sketch, but I want the proportions to be accurate, right? So what I'll do is I'll come in here and I'll repose these bones based on that drawing. So I overlay the skeleton on top of the sketch, and then I figure out, all right, what's the most natural pose that kind of lines up with my sketch? And so I ended up with something like this, and you can kind of see the similarities to the sketch there. So it's not exactly following it. The proportions in my sketch weren't exactly right, but now that I have that, I can see this is kind of what the animal may have looked like if it were getting ready to pounce on a small rodent or something like that. The proportions make sense, and that fits with the research that we've done. So then I'll go ahead and do a render of that. And I can render the skeleton into an image, and so there you go. And you can see it's got some lighting on it and things like that. Now I'm ready to sketch over top of this. So that's the next step. I would take this and I would send it over to my favorite place to draw is on my iPad, and you can see I've got the same rendering right.
Now, granted, I'm not an artist, but this seems like a pretty basic process for at least starting a lot of paleo art.
Yeah.
I mean, modeling the entire skeleton and also rigging it is a little bit excessive. It would probably take about 99% of the time of making the piece.
Yeah.
Okay, fair, but basing it on at least a shot of a skeleton or something like this, like
Yeah. Oftentimes, what I'll do is I'll photograph a museum mount of an animal from multiple angles if that's available, or just have a 3D model and rotate it, and then I can have like a transparent torso from one angle that I can draw over, or something, or a neck from one angle, and then I can kind of stitch those together, so I don't have to spend the time rigging and making a 3D model. There are creative ways that you can use to make the reference process easier. But yeah, certainly referencing from scans and fossils is a great way and a very common way to start a paleo art piece.
yeah, and at least get the proportions right.
Yeah.
Nothing else.
Here on the iPad. And so I'm going to come in here to make it a little bit easier. I'm going to kind of fade it back so that it's easier to see my sketch lines. And I'm also going to tweak the background colors so it feels a little bit more paper-like. And this is Procreate. It's a really fun little drawing app that you can get for the iPad. I'm going to start
speed him
with
up a little. just 'cause
the
he's
wings.
Just
So when an
kinda
evolutionist
drawing.
looks at the fossil of Sinornithosaurus, especially when they look at the wings, they reconstruct it often like this, with
Do we
No,
now?
not since like what, the 90s at least. That's maybe the 80s even.
At, I mean, like for rigorous paleo art, I think I've seen it up into the mid 2000s, but after that, it drops off pretty quick.
Yeah, I mean,
I think they just picked the ones that show up first on Google.
that or they chose the ones that they
Yeah.
wanted to use to fit their agenda. But that's also the case.
That's
A lot of older
probably more
paleoartists-
likely to me.
Yeah.
Like I don't know when this piece is from, but my guess is it's at least around the time of the original press release for Sinornithosaurus.
I would not be surprised, yeah.
the fingers without having feathers on them, and they have scales on them. Well, none of that is found in the fossil evidence. That's part of their interpretation. Why do they interpret it that way? Because they're doing something called phylogenetic bracketing. And what that means is they look at animals, supposedly more primitive dinosaurs, and they look at animals, supposedly more advanced, birds, and they say, where would this animal look like if it's in between? And so there's a lack of good evidence about Sinornithosaurus, and so they end up drawing it like a missing link between those two groups. But as more evidence is found, for example, they found Microraptor after they found Sinornithosaurus, it was found with fully created wings, just like birds have today. And so that's how I'm going to draw Sinornithosaurus, is with full wings. And it does have some claws on its wings. Turns out there's actually a lot of birds that have claws on their wings. A lot of people don't know that because they're covered with feathers. There's no evidence for scales on the fingers, even though you'll often see that in a lot of different drawings of these animals. There is evidence for the structure right here. It's called the prepatagia, and it's the soft tissue that gives wings on birds its unique shape. So you don't ever see an elbow on a bird, right? But you do see this unique wing shape, and that's because of that soft tissue that is carefully designed.
Isn't it the propatagium, not the prepatagium?
I believe it is the propatagium. I know that's what it's called in pterosaurs. I doubt there's a different word for it in birds. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think so. Also, if there's anything he says that you want to comment on, just let me know and I can pause it.
Yeah, it is the propatagium. In birds as well. It's just in anything. And the Hawatson in particular is a very interesting example. And the one thing that they kind of almost always never bring up with talking about how wing claws are not like a unique thing to dinosaurs is that with birds specifically, whenever there's wing claws in birds, it's always on the first and second digits. You know, we're never... That's like the big like dividing point, is because in birds the second and third digits are fused together in the first, like this first joint, they're fused together into one piece, and the third digit does not bear wing claws because it's like incorporated into those first two, and so that's what we're talking about when we're looking at, like, and you can see in Sinornithosaurus as well, it has 3 fully unfused fingers and they all have those large unguals on the end. You know, you're never going to find a bird, modern or extinct, with a large third ungual bone that has a claw on it.
Yeah. Just, I don't know. There's a lot of things that they don't bring up, or at least they don't like to bring up.
Designed by God to create and make the wing more aerodynamic. And then you get these long wing feathers, right, that are coming off of these digits. So I'm just going to rough this in. The wing feathers that we found on Microraptor and many of these other animals that are supposedly feathered dinosaurs, they're structured just like modern birds. So you've got these primary feathers that are coming off the digits in the wing. You've got these secondary feathers coming off the first arm bone there, the ulna, and then tertiary feathers. And these claws were pretty large. Maybe that first claw would have been visible in some cases, especially on the underside of the wing. We see that in ostriches today. Ostriches have very large claws on their wings. And if you look at the underside of the wing, you can actually see them. So fully finished wings, just like we would expect God to create on an animal that is a bird. So another big difference that we see that I talked about before is the position of the legs. That center of balance is further forward. And if you ever look at a bird, you don't often see its knees, right? And that's because its knees are so close up to its body, and the knees don't actually move very much in a bird when they walk or run. And so you don't see much of the knee. And actually most of the upper leg is covered with feathers as well. So I'm going to kind of draw it that way. You see these feathers coming.
So I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure at least with a lot of more terrestrial birds, like ostriches, you do see the femur move quite a bit when they run.
Yeah. And not only that, they're going to have a much longer foot than Sinornithosaurus here. Like this is when those birds, even if they're using their ankle as like the main joint, the lower half of the ankle is going to be, or the lower chunk of the foot is going to be very very long. Sinornithosaurus, it's tiny. It's very clear, like in terms of just looking at the legs, like it looks kind of ridiculous in comparison to like a secretary bird or an ostrich, where you see they have those long tarsi on the feet, and then the knee is still relatively small, even though it is moving. But yeah, you do see the femur moving and articulating in ostriches and emus and all those like terrestrial birds.
I think you do with even like turkeys as well. At least a bit, I think. I don't know if it's just a paleo nave thing or if any neonates do it.
I think roadrunners are at least somewhat like you can look at a roadrunner and see where its knees are kind of shifting around. Their knees aren't, or their femurs aren't especially short. I mean,
Okay.
a lot of birds, if you hold them, you can kind of see where that femur is. It's definitely not tiny and reduced and invisible. There's definitely just a degree of motion that's there, and they still have quite large and powerful muscles on their femur.
Okay. Also, I do have an artist for that old, outdated picture he keeps showing. It's James Reese. I don't know if you know of him.
I don't. Oh, here it is. Yeah, James Reese.
Yeah.
Australian Museum. Let's see what's up with James Reese. Okay. No, I could not find anything interesting on James Reese in my 5-second Google search.
I came up with a different person, I think. Yeah.
Oh,
Came up with a fictional character.
From the Terminal List.
Who is that?
That's Chris Pratt.
That's Chris Pratt.
Oh.
Everyone loves Chris Pratt.
So Chris Pratt plays a guy named James Reese in a movie or a book or something. A book.
In probably a movie adaptation of a book.
Yeah, that makes sense.
okay.
Down. One of the other things that an evolutionist will often do on the legs and feet of the bird is they'll have the leg pulled back further, like a dinosaur walks, but birds don't walk that way. And then they'll also make the legs.
That's how the muscles attach. We're not making that up.
That's where the Ischiocaudalis goes, or not the Ischiocaudalis, the Caudofemoralis goes.
Yeah, that one.
That's where it is. I mean, I don't know what you want to say. That's how the animal's body is proportioned to allow it.
Yeah. And it's kind of weird how we see a real gradient of that muscle migrating upwards as we get farther up aviolans, huh?
Yeah. It
Like,
kind of,
where does Archaeopteryx attach, I wonder?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Really thick and meaty, like you would expect on a reptile. But birds have pretty thin legs. And the reason for that is God designed birds to be very aerodynamic and very light. And so when you see bird legs, there's not a lot of thick muscle tissue there. Most of the muscle structure is up closer to the body. This animal is a dromaeosaur, so it's got that.
So having the muscles be up closer to the body and not out on the legs. I wonder if there are any other groups of diapsids that have that feature.
Yeah, maybe particularly active diapsids with legs that are used for running, maybe. I don't know, active movement of some kind that's separating them from the traditional reptile grouping. I mean, the reason, if we're going to stop being cheeky about it, that dinosaurs, and obviously including birds, have those very skinny legs that you can see here, is because this tarsus is just the foot. It's not very muscular. If you start to get into the joint above the tarsus, it's going to get a lot thicker. There's going to be a lot more muscle attachment there because that's where your calf sits. And in animals that are more active, the reason that you see that is because it's moving the center of mass of the leg much closer to the top of the body, so it's taking less effort to swing that leg forward and back. So this thing that he's saying about birds very much applies to, if not applies more to, active runners than it does to aerodynamic animals. I mean, pterosaurs don't have this sort of proportion, and they're flyers first. Some would argue that they're more efficient flyers than birds. I certainly would, because I think they're really cool. But
And
You don't see that sort of thing at all with pterosaurs. Like, this is not a trait to make legs aerodynamic. It's a trait inherited from the running ancestors of the modern birds.
And I was gonna say, it's an ancestral trait for all dinosaurs, even sauropods. Though I think they do get fleshier muscles just because they have to. Like they lose that trait. But a lot of early members still have it.
Oh yeah.
Like this is just another dinosaur thing that he's saying is not a dinosaur thing.
Big claw on its foot. And we actually find that on a lot of the raptors that we see today. If you go look at a hawk or osprey or different eagles, that first claw is usually the big one. So I've been drawing birds and dinosaurs ever since.
Second claw. I just wanted to say
Second
that.
claw.
Yeah.
Also a dinosaur trait.
Yeah.
Since I was a kid.
Though for most theropods, I think it's more like a... Well, for them, it is the first finger claw is usually the biggest, right?
Yeah.
For most theropods.
It's the thumb, and then the other two are usually reduced.
Yeah.
Always found them very intriguing,
Allosaurus is
interesting. Always been watching
huge.
birds. Always loved dinosaurs. I even wrote a little storybook about dinosaurs. I was pretty obsessed. When I was in high school, I even entered a high school drawing competition, and they disqualified my piece because they said you didn't know what dinosaurs looked like. But they didn't know that I had actually gone through this process as a high schooler. Went to a museum, found the bones, drew the bones, and then reconstructed it from there. But they didn't expect that. So another big difference that you'll see between evolutionists and creationists is the tail. Right, you can see even on this one, they made the tail relatively thick down at the base. The tail.
Those are just feathers. But
Yeah.
also, it did have a thicker tail. Like, just the muscles went there, man.
I mean, you can
The
look
tails
at
on these animals are very
where those muscle attachment points are.
Yeah, they had to go somewhere.
thin. So in my drawing, it's kind of hidden by the wing, but it would kind of be very thin all the way up through. And so I want to represent that well because the tail is very light in these animals, and you can see that in the fossils very clearly. So I'm just going to kind of base it on Microraptor, an animal from the same family. And it
No,
has
there's
kind of this longer
something
feathers
about
at
the
end,
head
and
that
then
I
it's just
kind of
a
want your
thin,
opinion
stiff
on.
tail the
I'll
rest
wait
of the
for
way.
you to
Another
notice
big
it.
difference that you'll see between when an evolutionist draws this animal, anytime they're drawing a feathered dinosaur that was supposedly a missing link between dinosaurs and birds, they like to put scales on the head. We've never found scales on the heads of these animals. Soft tissue is very rarely preserved. That is just an assumption that they make. They assume that, oh, well, these animals were dinosaurs, they had scaly heads. We do find scale impressions on some dinosaur heads, and we find...
Did you notice it?
Yeah, it has a beak.
Yeah.
So what's up with that, huh?
Do you think he has any idea what an osteological correlate is?
No.
I think he's probably heard those words before. I don't know if he internalized the meaning.
I don't think
Do
that's
beaks have an osteological correlate?
that's not something you come across very often in web design.
Yeah.
Speaking
Yeah.
from experience.
Yeah. I mean, like, I don't know what to say there. Like, it has teeth. The fossil has teeth. He says, I'm referencing the fossil, I'm going off from all this, but we know that sort of beak structure that doesn't coexist with teeth in any sort of modern birds. Of course, if you reactivate the gene responsible for tooth production in like chickens or anything like that, it doesn't develop. You can't co-develop teeth in a beak. So we know that for these animals that have like full tooth rows, they're not going to have any sort of beak. Now, the ornithischian dinosaurs, they have the predentary bone and the rostral bone that do form a beak, but that's a convergent adaptation. It's not like the avian, the Ramphitheca, as we say.
And not just that, just like the shape of the face wouldn't grow a beak.
Yeah.
Like, just the bone has to be shaped in a particular way for you to get those sharp ridges that form a beak. Like, a beak's basically just a keratin shell for the bone, but it has to grow off the bone in a direction.
Yeah.
And if you have a smooth edge to the side of your jaw, you're just gonna have a shelled jaw. You don't get a sharp beak like he's drawing here.
Yeah, absolutely.
fossils of birds with feathers on their heads. And so they try to put this as a transitional form in between. And so they also often don't put a beak on them. They'll have the big teeth coming out and lips instead of a beak. And the fossil record...
As Caden puts it in the chat, Allosaurus had never seen such stupidity before.
Jeez.
And I know that's not the exact quote, but I
Yeah.
had to do the voice.
Beaks are very rarely preserved. I read about one fossil bird that even evolutionists would agree is a bird, found 400 different specimens, and only 2 of them had any beak material. So it's very rare. So when we've only found
Ichthyornis. He's talking about Ichthyornis.
Okay.
But he won't cite it for some reason. I don't know.
I mean,
a
most
couple of-
people watching a video like this are not gonna know Ichthyornis by name. Like, it's not made for people who actually know anything about dinosaurs.
And it's the goal of this video is not to give people more information about these animals, it's to get them to stop looking for more information about them.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
specimens of Sonoran
I mean, they are answers in Genesis, I guess.
Thesaurus, a beak is not something that we would
Never
expect
said
to
they were the
find,
right answers.
preserved. But I'm going to give him a beak because all modern birds have beaks, and not having a beak is just part of their evolutionary story. It's not something that's based on the evidence. Sometimes they'll say, well, you can't have an animal with...
And the beak is based on evidence? The complete absence of... I mean, like...
You know, absence of evidence is evidence of presence, you know?
That's what people say about megalodons.
with a beak and teeth. Well, it's true that we don't have
Hold on,
birds
rewind,
today that
rewind,
have teeth, but we find lots of birds in fossils.
Rewind. He just said, people say you can't have a beak and teeth.
But
It's just part of their evolutionary story. It's not something that's based on the evidence. Sometimes they'll say, well, you can't have an animal with a beak and teeth. Well, it's true that we don't have birds today that have teeth, but we find lots of birds in the fossil record that do have teeth. And so that's not a good argument. That's just based on a...
what do all of them have
That's-
in common? The area...
It's also part of why we don't say that.
Yeah.
But what do they have in common? What do they?
Well, the
I'm
area
curious.
occupied by the beak... Well, first of all, they all have a very clear osteological correlate for the beak being on the face. And the area occupied by the beak is not also occupied by the teeth. Except in Pelagornis, which doesn't actually have teeth, it just has a beak that's shaped like it has teeth.
Oh, it has
and
beak serrations?
Yeah, yeah. It has beak serrations that are pretty unique among like all birds. The Pelagornithidae are the only ones that have beak serrations that are preserved in the bone. So the bone is actually shaped with those serrations. They're not just like keratin growths. But that's something I know Kent Hovind loves to say, is that we do have modern birds that do have teeth. And he points to like hummingbirds and mergansers and geese with their tongue papillae. Those aren't teeth. They don't have dentin. They're dentine.
I did not know you knew about Kent.
I unfortunately do.
You can probably guess where I got my name from.
I just connected that. I would say, you're perhaps more qualified than he is to claim that title of doctor.
Hey, I'm very upfront. I do not have a PhD. My username is a parody and nothing more.
Yeah. So, Azalea, I don't know how much you know about Kent.
I don't know a lot about Kent.
He got his PhD from Patriot Bible University,
Okay.
which is a trailer in, I think, Arkansas.
Fantastic.
With no campus.
Somewhere.
It's a degree
So
mill.
it's a mail order degree.
You give them money, you do worksheets, and he calls himself Dr. Dino.
All right, I get it.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
I just put that together. Because you go by Doc Dino on TikTok, that's all I've seen. I was like, oh, that's cool. That's so funny.
Yeah, it's Doctor because I speak a little German, and I felt, hey, that makes it immediately apparent I'm not being serious because I speak English when I do videos. And then Dino for Deinonychus in my case, because it is my current, at least, favorite dinosaur.
Good choice.
It's also it's a big old middle finger to everything he stands for.
True.
Assumptions again. So we're going to draw this animal with a beak. It's hard to tell exactly how much beak they would have had. And even some evolutionists have even started doing this. They started drawing these animals with lots of feathers on their head, because the more evidence they find, the better it lines up with what the Bible says. That God created birds on day 5, God created dinosaurs on day 6, so we expect these animals to be distinct and different. And that's what we find.
Yes, that is why we draw them with feathers now. Entirely.
Because they were Yeah, because they were created on day 6. And also, I think it's so funny that he says, it's hard to tell exactly how much of it would have been covered with the beak. Because you're making it up. Because...
Zero much, that's how.
He's totally David Petersing it. I don't know how familiar you are with David Peters.
I'm not, actually.
He's
the pterosaur guy.
Yeah, so he runs a website called the Pterosaur Heresies.
The Pterosaur Heresies.
Yeah, and he goes in with all the UV lights and stuff and tries to like point out all these osteological correlates that don't exist. I mean, that's basically what he's doing here, but he's very transparent about the fact that he's not even pretending to have a methodology. He's just going off of vibes, which is...
Have you ever heard of Mud Fossil University?
That name rings a bell.
I think so.
I have something fun to show you later. And I do mean later, because otherwise we're going to have a 5-hour tangent on that.
All right.
Sure. Maybe for another stream.
So now I'm just gonna go back in and clean this up a little bit, create some nicer, sharper lines. Pretty happy with the shapes. Just need a little bit more definition. I've always been interested in real animals, and some people are really into drawing fantasy, drawing dragons, and I find that interesting. I don't think it's a bad thing, but the difference between drawing fantasy and drawing something like this is just that element of realism, making sure that the proportions are exactly right, making sure that it's based on actual evidence, not just on assumptions. Those are all things that have really helped me be passionate about representing God's creation.
Come on. He says that while drawing a cockatrice that's half Cyanornithosaurus instead of half chicken.
Yeah. I mean...
And God creates...
Yeah, no, you said
Well,
it.
actually, no, there might be some chicken in there still, too, anyway.
Yeah.
Such beautiful, functional creatures when he makes these animals. One of the coolest aspects of birds is the feathers. They're just amazing structures.
And Titan Uranus in the chat says Patriot Bible University is in Boulder, Colorado.
Yep. Thank you for that real-time fact check.
Yes, thank you, Titan.
And they get even more complex the closer you look. Looking at them under a microscope, they're so complicated with their barbs and barbules. They act like a zipper. And so when a bird cares for its feathers, it uses its beak and a special oil gland. It is able to just preen the feathers, and it just runs its beak along the feathers with that oil, and they zip right back together. It's really remarkable how God designed these creatures. No other creature in creation has feathers.
I don't know if he's misrepresenting that process. I don't know those details.
So, the gland that he's referring to is called the uropygial gland, also known as the preening gland. And this is there's actually a really common talking point among creationists is like how do evolutionists explain the idea of birds, I guess, learning how to either they go at this from two angles. They say, oh, there are some birds that need a specialized toe claw to preen their feathers in this way. Did the toe claw evolve first without purpose, or did the feathers just not need to be preened for a while and then the toe claw had to evolve? The answer to that is that birds used to have teeth which have that sort of comb structure. A lot of birds also use their bills instead of that kind of combing claw. A lot of birds also have serrated bills, either on the inside. This starling doesn't have either. It has, a smooth bill and smooth toe claws, and it gets on with preening its feathers fine because it's quite an oily bird. The uropygial gland secretes an oily kind of substance, kind of like sebum in the skin of humans. And yeah, it just covers the feathers. In very oily birds, it'll be larger, so like ducks and geese, they'll have a lot more of that oil in their feathers to the point where it can keep water out. Cormorants have a lot less, and so their feathers actually get waterlogged, which helps them dive. I don't think he misrepresented it. It often does get misrepresented in a lot of these sorts of videos when they want to use that as a kind of like a talking point against evolution, but I think that was kind of acceptable explanation.
Okay. I was curious. I have heard, well, I know that penguins are very oily too.
Oh, yeah.
And also apparently kiwis?
I would not be surprised. I've never worked with a kiwi, so I don't have first-hand experience there. But I do know the oilier the bird, the smellier it is. And there's one guy in the lab that I work at who skins all of our seabird specimens because he lost his sense of smell at birth.
Oh wow, really?
Yeah. So he has no idea how much of a stink he's making. Um, in that room. I mean, he does know that it smells bad, uh, but sometimes he'll put him out to dry and then just sit in there and hang out. And you'll go to talk to him, and it'll be rank, and he's just sitting there as if nothing is happening on his phone, and he has no preference to be in and out of that room. I think it's very funny.
All right, I'm gonna try to get over to the museum where they do the like bird preparation and do some myself at some point soon. And I'm very curious to know just how much that room
It
smells.
smells pretty bad depending on the day. If you get a seagull, you'll know when you get into the building.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Evolutionists claim they found feathers on dinosaurs, but those are either birds like this animal, or they found just filaments, which are not the same thing. And the wing structure is amazing too. So we don't find feathers.
Yeah, he just kind of threw that at you.
Filaments. That's such a. I mean, feathers can be filaments. You call them filamentous feathers. There's many kinds of feathers. Phyloplumes are probably what he's talking about. But I assume he's going for like a fiducia-esque thing, being like, oh, these are just specialized collagen fibers. If they were anything other than
Eventually.
feathers, they wouldn't have melanosomes in them. In all these cases, we find preserved melanosomes in these feathers that you can actually look at and find the color of. So, that's very clearly wrong. Also, there are quill knobs on the arms of some of these animals that are indisputably dinosaurs. Velociraptor, for example. Some I don't know how. Oh,
He calls them birds.
he calls Velociraptor birds. Does he call Concavinator a bird?
I don't think so, at least not yet.
Okay. What about Eutyrannus? I'm really curious about this.
Oh, that's just collagen. So is
So
Sinosauropteryx.
Sinosauropteryx?
What?
But that's like
I
that
feel
has
like you would call that a bird.
Sinosauropter. Well, because the feathers.
No.
The feathers aren't branched, so it has to be.
Okay.
And also, it's like it has those little tiny arms, so there's no way it's a bird, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you're catching on. You're catching on.
I'm locked in.
But little fun fact too, just real quick about a lot of these feathered dinosaurs. Not just melanosomes. Did you know that we have beta keratin preserved for some of them?
Really?
Yeah,
That's
or at
awesome.
least degraded remnants of beta keratin that are identical to those found in feathers of birds from the same formations.
That's cool.
Awesome.
Yeah,
So cool.
and we have that for Sinosauropteryx
Yeah,
in particular.
that's really cool.
Just randomly attached to the body as you'd expect with evolution. We find feathers arranged just like modern birds. They've got the primary feathers, secondary feathers, the tertiary feathers. And so these feathers are just very carefully designed by God to create this.
So because we can't have specializations in certain parts of the animal, evolution false. Imagine
Say there.
if that was the entire process of the thing you think doesn't exist.
Animals are different and unique. Therefore,
They couldn't have differentiated from more basal ancestors.
This airfoil wing structure, and it's perfect for flight. Scientists are still trying to copy how dynamic the bird wing is, because it's not like an airplane wing that takes up a lot of space. The bird can just easily fold it right back up against their body, and it acts as protection for their body, and it keeps the feathers safe. So it's just a remarkable structure. And then covering their body are the same, is this a similar type of structure, these down feathers or contour feathers. And every one of those feathers has muscles attached to it, has nerves attached to it, has blood vessels attached to it. And evolutionists don't talk about that. They don't talk about the fact that not only did our scales completely different than feathers, not even similar structures at all, but they develop completely different as well. A lot of these feathers anchor into the bone. Scales don't do that. These are branching structures. There's individual muscles attached and the nerves so that the bird can feel with the feathers. It can feel how the air is flowing over the feathers, so it knows when it's flying if it needs to adjust. It can feel when a feather is out of place, so it can fix it. And you can imagine how
So,
so the scales on a bird's feet are just feathers. Like those are just feathers that have gone through a different developmental process. The initial starting point of those scales is the exact same, and you can do this with like chicken embryos as well. You can there's genetic studies where they promote like the expression of certain genes that cause feathers on the arm to develop in the same way that the feathers on the feet develop, and now you have a chicken with scaly arms. So it is true that the scales of lizards are very different from feathers, but the scales of dinosaurs, birds, are
Mhm.
the same. They share a common origin.
So there's a little fun fact I love to spring on people when this topic comes up. What you're talking about is basically switching on and off a regulatory gene. That's what turns a chicken scale into a chicken feather and vice versa. We've done the same things with alligator Mississippiensis, and it produced feathers.
Are there pictures of that?
I'll have to find it, but there's a study that did this.
Please,
They,
I want to see
so I wonder if alligators used to have feathers.
I had a discussion with this, and well, there is talk about feathers being like ancestral to Archosauria, but I remember having this discussion a while ago when that chicken paper came out, or at least when it was circulating. I spoke with someone and I was like, I wonder if you could do the same thing in reverse with alligators, and they were like, maybe. Yeah, I guess so. That's awesome.
You know, I know someone who did a lot of work for those chicken papers if you want to ask them any questions.
Totally. Oh my gosh. I would love to. I'll have to
I'll-
contact you.
I'll let them know you're interested.
Important all of those things are for flight. Because if your feathers are out of whack, it's going to affect your flight pattern, your ability to fly. All right. So now that we've got the sketch this far, we're going to take it over to the computer and we're going to try it out inside of an AI tool and play with that and see what we can come up with.
Here we go.
So over here, I've pulled up Adobe Firefly and I've uploaded our sketch as a composition reference. So I'm going to set the strength to high. AI image generators are a really interesting new technology that's emerging, and sometimes they're really bad, sometimes they're really good. We're going to see how it does this time. I could very easily ask for a feathered dinosaur from AI, and that's what we used here. And it'll give me a feathered dinosaur because it has images of feathered dinosaurs.
Oh,
I'm not going
boy.
to ask for that because I believe
Yep.
this animal is a bird. Starting from a creationist worldview. I based this on kind of a secretary bird, so I'm gonna use that. We don't know what color it was. I'm gonna say a green secretary bird with its wings out in a prehistoric forest. As a creationist, we know there's no such thing as prehistory. God recorded all history in his word. I'm using terms that it would understand, and so I'm gonna say in an oil painting digital art style. Now it's gonna include some things about a bird that aren't exactly anatomical.
And bam, they have all they need for every other thing they make.
Oh my god. These are like abysmal.
Yeah, he'll show close-ups in a minute, but
Oh my
AIG hates paying artists.
Accurate. And so that's my next step would be to come in here and choose one of these, or maybe even choose multiple of these to try to combine together. One of the other things about AI that you can usually tell it's AI generated is all the textures are kind of similar in the artwork. And so sometimes that's a negative thing. So I never stop with just an AI generated image. I always want.
Yeah, so there we go. And like he just said, he doesn't stop here, but he kind of might as well.
Oh my god. Okay, so the big thing here is there's a different number of feathers on each wing. The wing that's far away has like way too many.
What is going on with the tail? It looks like it's broken.
He told it to
looks like
generate-
It looks like a flower, like a closed flower.
Yeah. Because he didn't like. I assume it's trying to interpret that as part of the wing because he
Maybe,
He-
yeah.
did like a bird like prompt. He didn't include dinosaurs at all. So it's probably not going to try to. I mean, I feel like I'm anthropomorphizing the AI too much here. This is just, oh my gosh. There's no differentiation between the primary and secondary feathers. The wing is shaped like just a delta. It's like a triangle where the bottom is straight into the body, and then
You
there's
can't
no
even see the arm claws either.
Yeah, you can't see the arm claws, and it looks like the wing just goes straight out, and then there's the wrist, and then it goes down, and there's no like elbow at all, which is not.
Oh,
what
yeah,
you
you're
see.
right.
The even though the propatagium is there, It's not like in pterosaurs where it's like a really kind of straight elbow to wrist connection. It's a lot larger in pterosaurs than it is in birds. Because like you can see when you're holding a bird or even looking at a bird when they pull their wing out, there is still an elbow divot there, and he has just not
Yeah.
put that at all.
Yeah. Nope. So let's see if he can fix this
Wanna go
question
in
mark.
and clean it up, fix any anatomy issues with the image, and make
Well,
sure that
question
I
mark,
paint
air
over areas
quotes.
that
Wrong
don't look quite right.
thing.
Because a lot of times the feet will not be quite right. You know, these dromaeosaurs had that large claw on their foot, and so sometimes I won't get that accurate. The beak isn't quite right on some of these. The tail's not exactly how I want, and I got to fix the beak, but it's in the right direction. When I was in college as an art major, I took a human anatomy class, and the purpose behind that was to be able to learn to draw people better by understanding how our bodies function, how they work, what our anatomy is. Drawing hands is one of the hardest things, but if you understand the anatomy and the bone structure inside of a hand, it helps. So if these animals, dinosaurs, birds, extinct animals, if there's something that you're interested in drawing, then studying those details, paying attention to those details, that's what makes paleo art exciting for me, is accurately representing God's creation. But even if you're accurately representing it, if you're doing your best to accurately represent it, and I believe a lot of these evolutionists are trying to do that, even their worldview has a huge impact on what this animal looks like. We're both trying to accurately represent it. We're both looking at the same evidence, but we're looking at it from very different perspectives. And the Bible helps you interpret the evidence properly so that you can end up with a result that is the most accurate and the most lifelike and gives the most glory to God. I created this drawing really quickly, but
Yeah.
The
That's,
Bible helps you interpret the evidence properly. This outside guidance helps you be objective.
Yeah. And again, if you have a personal religion, that's fine. But you don't bring it into science for any faith. You leave that at the door. You leave as many preconceptions as you can at the door. Because otherwise, you produce some pretty bad science. And we have had several hundred years to figure that out.
Yeah.
Y'all,
Yeah, what it says on the tin, I suppose. I think that sentence sums up so wholly what is wrong with his process. Is
Wholly.
that he's allowing that filter to like alter everything that he produces, as opposed to even considering like an objective look for a moment.
Yeah. Well, we're almost to the end, so let's
you
find
would
the
assume
finished
if you found it
product.
somewhere that a person had drawn that, had created that.
So
There's
the next-
complexity
the
to
next
it.
one's a
There's
lot
intelligence
worse.
behind it. Yet when some people look at these complex creatures, even as complex as a bird, with all of its intricacies and irreducible complexity, they assume that it came from chance random processes. But design like this, that is fully formed, fully functional, these fully functional wings, a fully functioning system to preen and care for these feathers, all of that doesn't come about by chance random processes. God created this animal, and you can see his intelligence and his handiwork on display when you look at this animal.
Don't even show. Well,
These
yeah,
fully
I guess
functional-
there's the final product.
He can't be that proud of it if he doesn't have it be on the whole screen.
Yeah, well, he also can't be that proud of it if he didn't make it.
That's true.
Yeah. And it's a lot. Do either of you need a break before we go to our next video, or are you both good to go?
I'm pretty
I'm
alright.
good, yeah. We might want to go through the next video a little bit
A
faster
little
than this
quicker,
one, because
yeah.
that one's like
That's
long and
fair. I accidentally closed the tab holding the other video, so I got to pull that up. Whoops. I am absolutely a professional here.
Yeah, and I
Geez.
think while you're doing that, there is just like so much loaded language in the way that evolution gets talked about in this context, where he's talking. He uses like everything possible to discredit it without acknowledging any part of the idea meaningfully, like the idea of random mutation being the mechanism through which, like, that always gets touted, I feel, as the mechanism by which like organisms improve. They're like, how did this come about through random mutation? It's not that, you know, you have an organism and then mutations occur, and then you have a population of other organisms, which is like, I guess, the movie idea of how mutation
Yeah.
works.
It's actually kind of similar to the way generative AI does things, funnily enough. It starts with generative AI, when it's making like an image, it starts with a noise pattern, and then it like goes like it does like little random changes to that noise pattern, and as it gets closer to result that like fits with its model, or in this case with like an animal evolving, it would just be, you know, as those become more and more, you know, as those become advantageous for the animal and whatever it's doing, you end up with a more distinct, different result.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I have no idea
I mean-
how image generators
I
work.
would need to go back and look at some
Yeah.
stuff on the details, but that's kind of basically what they're doing. Is they start with just noise and go from there.
I mean, the way creationists talk about evolution, they'll usually go at it from, well, sorry, they'll examine one part of it and leave all the others out, and say that because they only, and they will assert that evolution relies only on that one mechanism, and it's super incomplete, and that's why it can't work. Because they don't tell you about the other mechanisms that work in tandem. Like you do have random, at least semi-random mutation. That is a thing. Then there's selection pressures. You need both of those to get evolution to start working. And then there's a lot of other processes beyond just that. But those are the basic two you need. And creationists never deal with both at the same time. It's only one or the other.
Yeah, it's always like, how can you have natural selection act on a population if there's no variation there? And how does variation do anything if nothing is causing it to go in a positive or negative direction? Or alternatively, they introduce a part of evolution and claim that it contradicts everything else because it's like the sole way by which variation occurs. They'll be like, I don't know if you watched the Sabur debate with Professor Dave, where he
I
was
gave
like, epigenetics, therefore evolution is wrong because variation occurs through epigenetics. How does it occur through mutation and chance and all that? And it's like that's part of the variation that evolution is acting on. It's like, oh my god, that was a mess.
If you have a car without an engine but a fuel tank, the car will not run. It needs both. And tires.
Yeah.
Well, look, I will say with this one, they do get a bit more into the science, because we're going to have an actual paleontologist on stage for this presentation. And I do mean an actual paleontologist. She has a PhD on beetles.
Dead beetles?
I think so.
Okay.
So entirely relevant to
Does
dinosaurs.
this look like a dinosaur or a bird? Looks like a dinosaur. How about this one? That looks like a bird. There's just one problem. That's the same skeleton. Same bones, just posed differently.
Oh, sorry. I want to. Let's see what species we have on here.
That's okay. So you can kind of clearly tell which one of these are non-bird maniraptorans because they look so wonky.
Yeah.
A little bit. A little
Yeah.
bit. And then there's Caudipteryx over here. Like,
Why?
so Oviraptorosaurs too, huh?
I guess because they have beaks, yeah.
Yeah.
Dinosaurs and birds are very different. We're going to talk about 7 major differences between dinosaurs and birds today. Around 2 years ago, I was sitting on my couch. My wife was out of town, and I just put the kids to bed, and there was a thud on the window of our back door. And I didn't really notice it, but my dogs did. We got 2 little dogs, and they ran over, and I looked outside, and there was a bird, a dove, who had flown into the window and killed itself. And so poor little dove was right there. So I did what any normal human being would do. I grabbed a plastic bag and scooped it up, and then I put together a makeshift dissection kit and put it on the table and started dissecting this dove. That's not normal.
Here.
So, I think that is a normal thing to do.
Yeah.
For
I do that.
weird people, yeah.
Yeah.
I say as one of the weird people.
Yeah.
It's fine to be interested in anatomy, to be clear. Like, that's just fine.
Yeah.
It's just
Yeah.
Just make
interesting.
sure you
Okay.
practice dissection safely and ethically.
Wear gloves. Use disinfectant liberally.
Don't put the bird in your mouth.
Until after you've cooked it. And probably the best thing you can do to get an experience, any sort of experience with dissection, how it works, if your museum, your local museum, has some kind of specimen prep lab, if they're doing collections, they're usually open to volunteers. If you want to get your hands on the inside of whatever animal is being studied there, and you're okay with gross stuff, it's a great experience. And that's one of the ways that I got into doing research, is just meeting people through volunteer specimen preparation. And it's super helpful for your community, because there's museums collect a ton of specimens, and specimen collection takes a lot less effort than analysis does. So there are big amounts of stuff that still needs data collection, still needs preparation,
Yep.
that you can help out with as a citizen with very little experience in science, that we all in the scientific community really appreciate. It's super helpful.
We are still naming specimens that were collected in the early 1900s or late 1800s.
Yeah. It's crazy.
There are still jackets from Cope and Marsh that have not been opened.
Yeah.
I mean, aren't there jackets where you work from like Thomas Jefferson?
We have some unprepared material in our place collected by Thomas Jefferson, and also some Cope stuff.
Wow.
Yeah, there's so many old specimens that still need proper prep work, because not that many people do it.
Yeah.
But it's fun, and any amount of volunteering helps for those of you in chat interested.
I would like to recommend it from experience. I have not done it yet, unfortunately.
But you will.
I'm trying. They're a little busy right now.
Yeah.
Don't know. Okay, YouTube. Yeah, I agree. Preparation's fun, and we need more preparators. It'd be nice if we could pay more preparators, but we need budget for that.
Definitely true.
So then I called my wife, and I said, "You're not gonna believe what I'm doing." And I said, "I'm dissecting a bird on our kitchen table." And she's like, there was a pause. And I expected her response was not what I expected.
Actually, Caden brings up here, the ground sloth Megalonyx. Its species name is Jeffersoni, after Thomas Jefferson.
Yep.
Megalonyx jeffersoni was my first lab experience, actually.
Really?
That's cool.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Very cool.
So we took a bunch of fossils and we were doing stable isotope analysis on them. So we took pieces, ground them up. By the way, you can tell if there's original collagen left in the fossils because it smells like Fritos when you grind it up. It's like the chip brand. It's weird. Yeah, we ground them up, purified them a bit, and ran them through isotopes. We were able to calculate, I don't think we did body temperature, but we did calculate that it mainly fed on trees and bushes and stuff like that.
That's super cool. Yeah.
It was fun.
The museum where I work, we have a couple of Megalonyx specimens. I think some of them were actually written about by Jefferson at some point. Like they're contemporary with Thomas Jefferson, which is super cool. Megalonyx is awesome.
Yeah.
Very cool animal that I would love to work on at some point.
Oh, and sorry, I misremembered. We didn't do body temperature. We used the oxygen isotope ratios in the bone to calculate the temperature of the environment that it lived in. Because we were doing this for a very specific area.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, in my home state of Iowa, all the fossils were from there from around the same time. And with each one, we got a fairly consistent answer of, I think, an average yearly temperature of 10 Celsius, I think.
That's really cool. Yeah, I have a coworker who does a very similar thing, but she does it with sea surface temperatures and fossil plants.
Mhm. Yeah, you can do it with a lot of things. It's fun. It's really cool stuff.
Yeah, it's awesome.
I expected her to say something like, "You're doing what?" Instead, she was like, "On my table." Apparently, she wasn't that surprised that I was dissecting a bird. I don't know. So yes, this is the poor little bird that died. Some people would say that I just dissected a dinosaur, because they would say that birds are dinosaurs. You hear that these days. And this idea of feathered dinosaurs is all over the place right now. You see it everywhere. This is a screenshot from the latest Jurassic World movie with a giant feathered.
Best example you could pick, of course.
Yeah. I will say I also know the person who designed this Therizinosaurus, actually.
Really?
For the movie. They are not very happy with what was done to it in the movie,
Yeah.
sadly.
Yeah.
Therizinosaurus, or this dinosaur, Pyroraptor. You can do a Google image search for feathered dinosaurs, and it'll come back with thousands of images. Now you can even ask AI to generate a feathered dinosaur for you,
geez.
and it'll happily comply. This was a toy that someone I know found in a church's Sunday school classroom. Now, I don't blame anybody. I'm sure somebody just picked up a bunch.
And I'll say that's a pretty Oviraptorosaur.
I put that
That's
one on
pretty.
my desk. I love the colors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's got the feathers all the way down to the fingers too. That's cool.
Nice.
I think it's mostly based on a turkey, but with some extra red. I like that.
Yeah.
I really like that. That's a great color scheme. It reminds me of like Wayne Barlow stuff.
Yeah, kinda.
A bunch of dinosaur toys, and they put it in the classroom, right? But this idea is showing up everywhere, and it's hard. As a Christian, it's important for us to know how do we handle this issue. So it's been a pleasure working with some great scientists and researchers on this here at Answers in Genesis. And the research we've done over the last several years turns over 100 years of evolutionary dogma. And it's just really exciting. Over 100 species of animals. We've reviewed hundreds and hundreds of books and scientific papers on this topic. So let's see where you guys are on this topic. Because some of you might be thinking, well, dinosaurs and birds, they look so different. I bet you I can tell the difference. So what do you think? Does this look like a dinosaur or a bird? Shout out your answer. Looks like a dinosaur. How about this one? That looks like a bird. There's just one problem. That's the same skeleton. Both of those drawings are based on the same skeleton.
Poorly.
And, yeah, this is going to be a big part of their argument, sadly.
Yeah, I would like to point out, we looked at this briefly on another stream last night, and looked at like this comparison that they did. Immediately, I was just like, damn, those are some big hands. Because their wings.
There's just one problem.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
Well, I won't spoil it, but I will say they do comment on the big arms too.
That's the same skeleton. Both of those drawings are based on the same skeleton. Same bones, just posed differently. One pose makes it look like a dinosaur. The other pose makes it look like a bird. And the fossil evidence doesn't do much for us, doesn't help us very much with knowing how the animal was posed in life. It's hard to tell. So what criteria can we use? If all we have is the bones in many cases, what criteria can we use? How do we know the difference between a dinosaur and a bird? Well, you might have some ideas running through your head, so let's talk about what some of those might be. Here is a skeleton of Archaeopteryx. And you might see some things on this animal, and you might say, well,
I don't think it's an entirely accurate Archaeopteryx, though.
No, I don't think so. That tail seems way too short.
Yeah, I think so too. The tail's just a tiny bit too short.
Yeah.
well, that doesn't look like a bird. Like there's claws. Look at those big claws. Do birds have claws on their wings? Actually, go to the grocery store, pick up a chicken wing. On that first digit there, most of the time, it'll have a little claw. Well, you see, that's not really a claw. It's just kind of a little nub, right? Well, how about this picture? This is an ostrich. Look at the size of those claws. We just don't see them very much because they're usually covered with feathers. Turns out, almost half of the families of birds have members with wing claws. Claws on the wings are just part of God's design for birds. Surprising. We might say, well, what about fingers, right? Like that Archaeopteryx looks like it has 3 fingers. Dinosaurs have fingers, but birds don't really have fingers, do they? So again, look at this ostrich photo. You can't see fingers. There's no skin wrapped around separate fingers, really. But if you look at the skeleton, you can see, oh, there's 3 digits there.
There's 3.
Now they're fused a little bit.
What was that?
Put a pause on that. This is incredibly misleading what he's done here.
Oh,
my
okay.
gosh. Okay, so this section of oh wow. Okay. So this is right out of my field. These studies that I'm doing right now are specifically on this set of bones right here, from the point where the radius and ulna attach down. I'm looking at that, which is, if you're looking at that, we call that the carpometacarpus, and then the points where that articulates to the radius and ulna, we call that the radiale and the ulnare.
Mhm.
It's pretty intuitive which is which. What he's done here is at the bottom, at the far end of the carpometacarpus, where that third digit is, he's drawn it as though there's a separation between those two bones. They're not. There's a suture there, and they fuse together. That's one of the diagnostic criteria for birds, is that those bones are fused together. And when you're taking when you're skinning a bird, you can't go past the carpometacarpus because there's no way to separate the main bone which the muscle is attached to from the kind of little bone that you want to keep in there. So like when we're going down the arm of the bird, we take out either the radius or the ulna. We take out one, and the muscles come with it, and the other muscles we snip away. You can't do that with the carpometacarpus because those bones are fused together. So we just stop there and we leave it in because it's usually quite small. Yeah, those digits are fused together. They're not separate like he's done here. That's so like disingenuous. I'm not surprised, but I am shocked that they tried to get away with it. I guess there's not a lot of people who've seen the inside of a bird in the audience, so
Yep.
they can kind of just say whatever. But
I mean, I didn't know that, so yeah, they would have.
And are the digits the phalanges, are they even separated, or should they be fused? Do you know?
it depends. It depends on the species. I have not looked inside of an ostrich. I know in some of the birds that I work with, it varies. There are some, I mostly do ducks and geese. There are some ducks and geese where that little third digit is almost entirely like just fused and absorbed to the rest of the carpometacarpus. And I think there are sometimes joints here, probably more in paleognaths than neognaths, but they're certainly not like very flexible. But yeah, they're not always entirely fused. But those 2-digit bones of the carpometacarpus, those are entirely fused together. They're not separate like he's illustrated them there.
Right. And just to be clear, are they fused by bone, or is there cartilage there?
Nope, the bones are sutured together like the bones in your skull are.
Okay.
So yeah, you can, if you want to, you can take a look at the illustration that I've done on the Wikipedia page of the northern screamer, where I have a carpometacarpus there. And you can see where the original, it's color coded so that the green is the third digit and the yellow is the second digit. And there's that little gap in the middle between them that's still present, but at both ends of each of the digits, they're totally fused together.
If you could send a link, I would be happy to show it.
I will Discord one to you.
All right. Then I'll just let it.
And that's something we find in modern adult birds. If you look at that chicken wing.
Oh, well, I was about to say, but hey, Gallus. Is that familiar to you at all? How long's it been since you've had one for dinner?
That's a chicken.
Yep,
You ate that.
I did. That's true. I was just eating that.
Yeah,
I'm gonna Discord.
I have to admit, I have not skinned a chicken, at least not yet. So I don't know how misleading this one is.
Here we go. I just sent that one to you.
All right,
Oh,
I
that also-
shall. Oh, come on, computer. I'll pop that up. So this is northern screamer, did you say?
Yep, it's a kind of duck from South America.
Okay. And yeah, completely fused, huh?
Yep, and that's
Interesting.
traced.
Oh,
from...
these are one of those ducks that have the big pokey spurs that they
Yeah,
beat things with.
That's part of what my research is related to. I go into like the phylogenetics of all that. But yeah, so those bones are totally fused together.
Okay. Does this look accurate to you, or?
Yeah, I mean
I
here
honestly don't know.
showing how in the juvenile they're unfused, and then as the animal matures they do. So he's. This is just so funny that he like transparently illustrated something incorrectly and is just not addressing it.
I do notice that the adult doesn't have the ungule anymore, but it looks like the juvenile does. Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know if that's accurate. I
that
think
might just be a mistake.
it might be, but I think also Watsons have their. Do Watsons lose their claws
They
as they
might just be
age?
more visible.
They
because
do.
Yeah.
Oh, they do. Okay.
Okay.
I don't know if they resorb or well, they probably resorb. They probably don't fall off, but they do lose them.
Yeah, might be
It
accurate.
might happen with chickens. Who knows?
On the right.
Speaking of bad smelling birds, I've heard that Hoatzin smell
Oh yeah.
terrible.
Yeah, they stink so bad.
Also, good night, Caden. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah. Thank you for coming by. I appreciate it. See ya.
There you can see that blue bone. It's actually 4 bones all fused together in an adult bird. So most adult birds fuse together like this. Those
Well, is that four?
those 4 bones into something called the
They
carpal
fuse.
metacarpus. It's really fancy science speak for the carpal and the metacarpals fused together. But in juvenile birds, they're separate. Those bones are separate. You can see that on the left there. And when we look at the fossils, you can see they're various. We find them in various states.
Oh, there we go.
Perfect.
So you already called out, well, Struthio here, ostrich. Oh, and then it's just Gallus there. Okay.
Yeah, and the juvenile
It-
and the adult.
It is weird how close he's drawing the finger bones for these ones, though. It's like he's implying that they would have been fused in a mitten.
I mean, that's what he's trying to imply.
Very much so. Yeah.
Which, for the record, no.
No.
Stages of fusion. Some of them are fused, some of them are less fused. It seems like in some of these pre-flood animals, they were less likely to be fused for some reason. But that doesn't mean they're not birds. So you can't use the fingers to tell whether they're a bird or not. What about the teeth? Archaeopteryx had teeth. Well, modern birds, we don't find teeth. We do find, on some birds, a serrated beak, but that's a different structure. But if we look at fossil birds, there were numerous fossil birds found that did have teeth. There's 6 examples.
Oh,
So what do we notice about where the beaks are and where the teeth are?
well, I noticed that the ones that do have beaks have a very particular shape
Yeah.
to their jaw.
And the parts of their jaw that are very beaky also don't have teeth on them, like I was saying. So like the Hesperornis, they have that big upper jaw and then the lower jaw. Yeah.
I think Sapiornis had a beak on its upper jaw, but I'm not 100%.
It's possible. I'm not that familiar with Sapiornis in particular. Yeah.
Like, I know it had one on its lower jaw. I don't know about the top, but I don't.
There of different species of fossil birds. Clearly birds. Evolutionists even agree that these animals are birds, but they had teeth. Teeth and beaks. So at this point, you might be ready to throw your wings up in the air and say, maybe birds are dinosaurs. Well, don't give up quite yet, okay? Dinosaurs and birds are very different. And we're going to talk about 7 major differences between dinosaurs and birds today.
Get a list.
Now, some of you might have noticed something else about
Yes,
Archaeopteryx.
we do.
The bony tail. Raise your hand if you noticed the bony tail. Anybody see that? Extra credit points to you guys. Good job. Bony tail. The tail turns out is very important, and we're going to talk about that later. But first, I want to quickly touch on this question. Couldn't God have created dinosaurs with feathers? Could he have done that? Yes, absolutely. We're not going to limit God and say,
Then why do you fight this so bad? Like,
Could
it
dinosaurs
really is.
be cooler?
If clearly, okay, I'm sure they're implying here, because of the way that this works, that ostriches and like ground birds were created on a separate day to the flying birds. Like, there's no other way in which that makes sense, right?
Maybe?
So why is it?
They don't always hold to that.
That's true. Well, okay. At least one thing that I think you can get most people on is that bats are created separately to the other mammals because they fly. And then that's like making the argument that bats aren't mammals. I mean, it's just such a transparently like this is like totally brings me back to the stream that I watched with Dapper Dinosaur and Kent Hovind, where he was like, I'm not debating evolution. I just think that you should acknowledge that words have meaning. And then
And this box fits inside this other box.
and then 50 minutes in, Kent Hovind admits that he doesn't know what a dinosaur is.
and it has been in Dapper's intro ever since.
Oh my god, that's amazing. Holy shit.
Well, if you don't know, Dapper has a personal history with Kent Hovind. He was raised as a young Earth creationist on Kent's material, so he was very happy to get that debate,
Nice.
Yeah,
and
I
that's
was also raised
part of
very
why he's so passionate about creationism still.
Yeah, I can relate to that at least somewhat. I wasn't raised young Earth creationist per se, but I was raised quite religious, and so that's kind of led me to being like probably more of like a public science communicator because I'm like there's such a volume of misinformation that's being like directed at people, and a lot of the time, the way that they learn this stuff is not in school because a lot of schools are very religious and they shy away from this sort of thing. So you have to put it out on the internet for people to be able to learn on their own time.
And it really doesn't help when there are also people like this on the internet.
Yeah.
Yep.
But they get tax breaks for it, and that's a whole separate issue.
He couldn't have done something. But the joy of science is finding out what God did do. So it's not a question of whether he could or not. He could have. But let's look at the evidence.
And you know what? If you want to become a scientist to learn more about God's creation, go ahead. That was the inspiration for thousands of 18th and 19th century scientists. Go ahead. But when you get certain data pretty consistently, the data's probably saying something.
Evidence. And we want to start with what? God's word, right? We want to start with the Bible. We always want to start with the Bible when we're talking about anything we're trying to figure out in life. And the Bible gives us some clues. So what day of creation week were dinosaurs created on? Anybody know? Shout it out. Day 6. Very good. Genesis 1:25, God made the beasts of the earth according to their kind, the livestock according to their kind, everything that creeps on the ground according to its kind, and God saw that it was good. How about birds? What day of the week did God create birds? 5. Very good. Genesis 1:21. So God created every winged bird according to its kind, and God saw that it was good. So this is just one of many ways you can tell from...
There you go. Ostriches aren't birds. But he will use them anyway.
Scripture that God didn't use evolution, right?
Sorry, I guess you could argue that ostriches have wings, so maybe. But kiwis don't,
Yeah.
and moas don't,
Yeah.
so those aren't birds.
And then where'd we put Carnotaurus? There's no way to tell what its digits started out as. They're so vestigial. Is it perhaps a highly derived ratite or ostrich? Where does Carnotaurus fit in here? I'm very curious.
That would be a great question for the baraminologists.
There's numerous ways. Evolution takes millions of years. God created in 6 days. That makes it pretty obvious. God created things after its kind, right? Animals don't turn into other kinds of animals. But I think God has a sense of humor. And just to mess with the evolutionists, he created birds the day before he created dinosaurs, just to make sure we were absolutely clear on that issue.
Really don't want to know what
So
you
Genesis
think
1:21.
is.
I guarantee you, if whales were extinct, he would totally be making the whales aren't mammals talk right now.
Yeah.
Probably, yeah.
It says a winged bird. It can literally be translated flyers or flappers with wings. And it turns out the concept of the wing is pretty important. So let's do a little science. You guys remember the scientific method? Let's start with a hypothesis. And then we are going to make some predictions based on that hypothesis.
Well, no, you start with an observation, then you make a hypothesis.
We're going to test those predictions, and then we'll come to a conclusion. So that's kind of the scientific method. So our hypothesis is going to be that God only created feathers on birds. Right? We'll see if that's true. We're going to test that. That's our hypothesis. It seems like a reasonable hypothesis. When we look at the world today, living animals, we see feathers on birds. We don't see feathers on reptiles. When we look at Genesis, we see that God created birds on a different day than he created land animals. So it seems like a reasonable hypothesis. Well, let's talk about feathers. Feathers do come in different types and variations. But the key thing to remember about feathers is that they're all branching structures. All right, you can see all the 6 different types.
Well, I feel like you have something to say.
Yeah, so this is not the 6 types of feathers. They lumped in, they cut out powder down feathers, and they lumped in, they split tail and flight feathers. Those are pretty similar. They're like just I think they're just called plumate feathers. And then there's the actual sixth type, which is called powder down, which is a kind of structure that starts out as being a feather, but it kind of just breaks apart into these little keratin and yeah, I think it's mostly keratin. These like little keratin bits that the bird disperses throughout its body, and it's just like acts as like a feather like sealant and cleaner and maintainer. It's not present in all types of birds. Not all these feathers are present in all types of birds. Particularly in parrots, some people call it parrot dust in the pet community. I know people talk about that. But if you ever see a bird shake itself and seem like a bunch of dust is coming out of it, it's actually little tiny broken down powder down feathers that it puts throughout its body to help maintain its other feathers.
I
cool.
never knew that. That's actually really cool.
Yeah.
Birds invented carpet bombing.
They all have a main quill or rachis, and then they all have some type of barbs coming off of them. So that's an important thing to remember. A feather is always a branching structure. Now we do find things called filaments on some dinosaur fossils. So this is a Sinosauropteryx. It's a compsognathid dinosaur.
So you like Sinosauropteryx, huh? What do you think he's going to say about Sinosauropteryx?
Very.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I'm very curious about how he's going to say these are not feathers.
If he says the word collagen, I'm gonna throw something. Or
You
not,
might
sorry.
want to find something to throw.
And you can see those fuzzy things along its neck, right? Those are called filaments, but they aren't branching structures. Most likely collagen fibers or something like that. We don't know
There
for
you go.
sure yet, but that's what a lot of scientists think. And so it doesn't look like feathers. So we've got this difference, right? Filaments, we've got feathers, but evolutionists keep trying to use the word feather to include both, right? Well, we're not going to do that in this talk. When I say feather, I mean a branching structure. I'm not talking about filaments. And when we find feathers in the fossil record, like on this animal on the left, which is a dromaeosaur called Microraptor, and Archaeopteryx on the right, one of the most famous fossils in the world. When we find feathers on them, they're fully formed, complete branching structures, just like birds today. So why do evolutionists conflate these two ideas of the filament and the feather into one word? Because they're trying to tell a story, right?
Here we go. So how accurate does this diagram look to you? Evolution of feathers.
This looks like the modern one that is currently accepted. The feathers evolved from a scale-like structure idea is now pretty disputed. It's now widely recognized that there's an independent origin of like Lepidosaur scales and avian feathers.
Does that go
mainly-
for all Archosaur scales, or
It's in conflict about how far that gets like pushed back into the Archosaur family tree. Most of the research with this is looking at like, are bird feathers similar at all in structure to like lizard scales? I don't know if they've been compared directly to crocodilian scales. I would imagine that they're definitely closer to those. But particularly, the thing that separates feathers from Lepidosaur scales is that they have a dermal pulp in the center of them. And they kind of grow out of like a pit. So if you have like a feather point where it's going to start growing, a moat in the skin kind of starts to form around it, and that gets pushed down, and then that feather develops inside of a little sheath in there with the dermal pulp, and then that feather grows out. It's not like a scale where it's kind of sitting and then it grows out like a plate. It's much more. It's very, very different and very complex. I mean, scales are also complex, but if he's going to use this chart, I think, is a little bit simplified, but it looks like the modern idea of like feathers just evolving independently rather than being like co-opted Lepidosaur scales. But I think he's going to make the argument that evolutionists think that feathers evolved from scales because that suits his narrative better.
maybe a little bit?
Yeah.
And I mean, I could be wrong, but doesn't Sinosauropteryx have what they call stage 2 here?
Yeah. Yeah, I believe it does have like kind of I don't know if
But
Sinosauropteryx
that's not shown on the chart. That would be over on this branch, not for Sinosauropteryx. It's odd.
Yeah. Huh.
Oh, also apparently we have been rated. Thank you, Mark and Ember.
Oh, thank you. Thanks
And
so much.
hello, Jester, and everyone else.
Hello.
We are a group of paleontologists, paleo nerds, artists, etc., who are reviewing AiG and their awful science and even worse AI art. So,
Yeah.
hope y'all enjoy. We were just talking about feathers and floof. So if you like fluffy dinos, stick around, because we'll probably be showing some, because they won't be showing many.
They're trying to tell a story of how feathers evolved. Feathers are the most complex integumentary structure in creation. They're amazing, very complex. And so they need to explain how feathers.
I mean, I guess you could say that, but they're really the same thing repeated over and over.
Yeah.
Because it's mutations of the same regulatory gene that cause the additional branches.
Complexity is just like such a subjective measure, and it's always brought up in like as like a rhetorical strategy rather than like an actual measure of anything, because you can't measure complexity. And yeah, but feathers are like fractal, kind of like the like pine needles.
Gecko feet.
True. Gecko feet are pretty
Oh,
complex.
that's true.
Gecko feet are so cool.
And I guess I will just say really quick to the new people who joined, I guess you're over this way, Driptosaurus, or Drip for short, does a lot of stuff with birds. So if you have any burning bird questions, feel free to send them in.
This is Paul. He's a European starling.
It's our guest for the evening.
Came from something else. So you can see stage 1 and 2 in the supposed feather evolution. Those are the filaments, right? And we do find those on some of these dinosaur families in the lower left there. And then stages 4 and 5, those are branching structures. They're feathers. They're just two different types of feathers that we find on birds today. Stage 3, they haven't found those yet. They're completely hypothetical. This was
Paleosaurus,
Yeah.
right here. And actually, it might have this too. I think they have a central vein in Paleosaurus. Like they're very long, at least. They're very long feathers.
Yeah.
So there's some sort of central body.
Yeah. Definitely would like to. I have not read fully the Paleosaurus description, but I should definitely do that. Yeah.
I think the holotype is beautiful.
I've
Like
seen
it's just
pictures of it. Yeah.
It's just the whole upper body and then feathers. I'm trying to see if I can find a good picture. Well, it's not in great quality, but yeah, it's beautiful. And for anyone who's curious, this is a therizinosaur. This is about as unbird-like as you can get while being a Maniraptoran.
diagram. Here's a diagram from National Geographic magazine. You can see stage 3. It's just a little question mark there. Maybe it happened around here. It's very different. You can see there's two different groups of animals. So if we look at a group of what we call theropod dinosaurs, non-avian dinosaurs, look at subgroup inside of there called Maniraptor. And look at all the real feathers. They're all found inside of this group.
Does something happen with your audio, by the way?
Yeah. It's kind of the audio is coming through kind of fuzzy on my end.
For me, the video, or both?
For just the video,
The
you
video.
sound fine.
Yeah, the video. It might be that it stopped like sharing your audio, and it might be coming through the microphone now.
That's
kind of
odd.
right.
Let me try sharing it again. That's weird.
Yeah, sorry.
It's okay. I'll rewind a little bit and we'll see if that's any better. I also turned it up a little bit.
All right.
So if we look at a group of what they would call theropod dinosaurs, these non-avian dinosaurs, there's a
Yeah,
group right there called Maniraptor. And if we look at all the fossils that we find real feathers, they're all found inside of this group. They're all found
So just that group, huh? How many more here would you like to mark, Drip?
So they're even only looking at theropods. Where's Psittacosaurus?
Well, Psittacosaurus, I think they probably would say doesn't count because it, I don't know, isn't shaped right.
Yeah. Well,
That one's just a rachis. That's why it doesn't count.
yeah. I think we have ornithomimosaurid feathers. I know we have compsognathid feathers. Tyrannosauroid, we have Eutyrannus. Carcharodontosauride, depends on how cool you want to get with it. Concavinator, I'm personally pro concavinator feathers.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's the ones that I'm aware of off the top of my head.
I think we have direct fossil evidence for feathers in almost all of these groups,
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
and at least indirect evidence of feathers in even more.
Yeah.
So that's fun.
Oh, and Alvarezsauridae and Therizinosaurids, obviously.
Actually, did you know we might have evidence for feathers in Dilophosaurus?
Really, like osteological correlates and stuff, or
No, we have resting traces of a Dilophosaurus-sized theropod from the right place and time, and it has these weird scratch marks around the arms.
That's cool.
That's pretty cool.
That's awesome.
Found inside of Maniraptor. No, we do find filaments outside of that group, but just filaments. We don't find feathers outside of that group.
But just filaments. Just filaments.
Just filaments, and notice he didn't cross off Proceratosaurus here. So maybe they do accept Eutyrannus having feathers.
Yeah.
So let's jump
Maybe.
into the 7 dramatic differences between dinosaurs and birds. There's a lot of diagrams I'm going to show you in this talk, and they're also in this paper. So if you want to do a deep dive on this topic and the anatomy side of things, check out Answers Research Journal, my paper there. I also want to give a big shout out to Dr. Haynes for all of the groundwork that she has laid on the research side of things. She's just done an amazing job. So you guys ready? We got to move.
Fun fact for that little bird they just showed there, Archaeopteryx. We know what color it was, actually.
Yeah.
Would have looked a lot like a raven or a magpie, which I think is pretty frickin' rad.
Yeah. I love all those color analyses. They're so cool.
So you guys ready? We got to move fast. All right. So our scientists have done some.
Are you old enough to remember people saying we'll never know what color dinosaurs are as a
Yeah.
kid?
I remember reading that in my books, and then when I was a little bit older, I remember for my birthday, I got a National Geographic book, like some Dinopedia book or something, and in the front section of that book, there was a little section that says recent dinosaur discoveries, and in there was Austroraptor, some other stuff. I remember Austroraptor very specifically. And then in the bottom, there was a little section for Anchiornis, and it was like, this is the first dinosaur that we know what color it was. And I was like, what? That's insane. It's an insane thing.
I really hope it's the same way with like vocal structures.
That would be amazing.
That would be so nice.
It is. We have a syrinx
Yeah.
from an ankylosaur called Pinacosaurus.
Yeah. And I
Hoping for more.
I really, really hope that at some point that gets analyzed in like some new methodology and we can get like really concrete vocalization reconstructions for that. Even if it's
Yeah.
just like the King Tut kind of noise. It'd just
For-
be so cool to hear what a dinosaur could have sounded like.
For the record, I'm not spoiling upcoming research, but I am certain that someone's working on it.
Yeah.
Just incredible work, really studying, going deep into the papers and the fossils, and studying all these specimens to try to figure out what's special about birds. And guess what? Birds have wings. It's a very deep concept, I know. Birds have wings. And that ties back to that concept we saw in Genesis, right? Wings are important.
What was that?
I said so do Scansoriopterygians.
Was that one of the things he classified as birds, though?
I doubt it.
I don't. Let's see, we're at 1336.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, it was. Okay.
It was.
But they have bat wings. This was made after Yi was discovered, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it was.
So you're just not going to talk about it. Okay, sure.
Nope.
Birds are related to the wings. So the first 4 criteria we're going to talk about, the first 4 dramatic differences are related to the wings. And the first one we've already talked about a little bit, wing feathers. right? So these aren't just random feathers attached to the body. Birds have wing feathers, feathers, not filaments. If we look at that Archaeopteryx fossil, you can see the feathers are arranged very beautifully into a wing, just like modern birds today. Same thing with the Dromaeosaur, Microraptor, a wing, very clearly wing feathers there. This one's a little bit harder to see. This is Caudipteryx. It's an oviraptorosaur. And there's kind of the body outline. They had smaller wings. They were probably flightless, but still, feathers are still arranged in a wing shape. So here's a diagram of those, some of those animals. This is
Not sure if you want to examine this diagram or not.
That one looks pretty
still,
solid.
feathers are still arranged in a
There it is.
The Columba one looks good, although he has reconstructed Microraptor seemingly without a claw on its third finger.
And I think the fingers join. These
Yeah,
fingers are joined, and same for Caudipteryx. Actually, if that is how the wing or the arm looks, then maybe.
Yeah, this is. I know Caudipteryx has a tiny little finger. I'm not sure if Caudipteryx has a third digit. That's. I know it's not fused, but it might be absorbed. Microraptor certainly had 3 unfused digits. So it's a Dromaeosaur. So that's like very clearly disingenuous. He did put an allele on all of them, which I appreciate. That's something that a lot of paleoartists get wrong, even if it's, I guess, for the right reasons. Although maybe that is a little too bird-like. I definitely think like a feathered finger is probably the way to go, but a full allele like that might be a little too birdy for certain reconstructions. Obviously, it depends on the species. It's reasonable speculation, I would say.
Fair.
in a wing shape. So here's a diagram of those, some of those animals. This is a dove, and you can see the 3 different groups of feathers there. The primary feathers, which are the feathers attached to kind of those finger bones. The secondary feathers are attached to the arm, the ulna bone, and the alula feathers are attached to that first digit, the gray feathers right there. And if we look at the feathers on Microraptor, the Dromaeosaur, again, same type of arrangement, right? Very similar to
I don't know if we have an alula preserved for Microraptor though. I don't know.
I don't think, as far as I'm aware, there's no like specialized allele feathers on the Microraptor specimen. It's just primary, secondary.
modern birds, arranged in a fan shape, got all these different things that make it just like a bird. Same thing with Caudipteryx. The feathers are shaped a little bit different, the wing is a little bit different shape because different birds have different shaped wings based on how they fly, but still bird. They're not feathers that are randomly attached to the body or something like that, evolving, partially functional. These are fully formed wings. And another thing that birds have,
Which, for anyone who needs to hear it, is not what evolution would expect either. Like, mutation and selection. If it doesn't work or it's not good, it's not selected for.
Yeah.
have around their wings is something called patagia. And this soft tissue, the red and the blue, you can see there, the red is the propatagia and the blue is the postpatagia. And it's a complex system of tendons, ligaments, and nerves that automatically fold the wing feathers when the wing closes.
Oh yeah, so showing it like this, he is definitely squeezing those fingers together because that's in the postpatagia.
Yeah.
Well,
And it connects to the
Nice.
skeleton. It's really a remarkable system. So that the bird, basically when the bird stretches out its elbow, the wing automatically opens up. And when it closes its elbow, the wing automatically folds. It's just an amazing structure that got created. So if these feathered manoraptors are birds, we would expect to find evidence of something like this in the fossil record, right? Well, guess what we find? On several of these feathered manoraptors, we find evidence of this soft tissue. You can see it there. This is Anchiornis. And not only do we find kind of that body outline of that, we also find little feather follicles in the skin if you use the right kind of light on this fossil. And that's significant because this is something that evolutionists don't talk about when they talk about feather evolution. You can see in that diagram, that little picture on the right there,
where did you get that picture? If we don't talk about those things.
I'm sure it was published in the Creation Science Journal. I'm sure it wasn't pulled from perhaps a study done by people of indeterminate belief. Or something along those lines.
every feather in the skin of a bird each has nerves, blood vessels, and muscles that attach to it. So there's a whole network system of the nervous system and the blood vessels and the muscles to control these feathers individually in some cases, and to be able to grow these feathers, to be able to release them, to be able to grow another one in its place. And it's a sensory system, so that when a bird is flying, kind of like if somebody touches the hairs on your arm or something like that, you can feel it, right? Birds have that with their feathers. So they can feel where the wind is so that they can adjust mid-flight. It's really remarkable. So difference number one between dinosaurs and birds have feathers on their wings. All right, difference number two.
There's your difference. A sensory network could never evolve, could it? Could never become specialized to suit certain things?
Jeez. I mean, like... it's the sensory. There's so many like potential applications of feathers, especially like even wing feathers outside of flight, that it's a wonder that this isn't talked about more, or even like there's a wide array. You can look at like temperature regulation in both directions is a reason for feathers to evolve and specialize. Sensory structures, obviously, they're protection that's a lot lighter than osteoderms. So animals that are looking to prevent the effects of impacts on their body are going to develop thick. They could develop like thick feathering. Surprisingly, prey capture. Insectivores in birds tend to have this kind of net of what he would call filaments, but actually feathers around their mouths. They're just a rachis without any sort of barb structure on it. And this is most common in insect-eating nocturnal birds. So like, I forget the actual name.
Nightjars?
Nightjars. They have like these whiskers that stick out outside of their beak. And so when they're chasing after an insect, they don't just have to get it in their beak. They can kind of, these feathers act as kind of a funnel, and they stick out in front of the animal as it flies. And so an insect that hits those feathers is going to get directed into the mouth. It's really cool.
I think that's convergently evolved in potus too.
Yep, potus also have it. Lots of birds have all that sort of like facial, like bristling, and the fact that that sort of structure can coexist with scales and those more common types of feathers on the body of a bird really speaks to the point that it's only a few genes that are turning these structures into one another, oftentimes through, like you said, like duplication. So, if that's not evidence for at least a shared ancestry between those kinds of feathers, I don't know what is.
And just in regard to, they all have to have their own nerves and blood supply and things. If only feathers were growing out of something that already has a network of both of those running through it. Ugh.
Swivel wrist. All right, hold up your arm for me. All right, keep your arm straight and try to bend your
Hold up
wrist
your arm.
to the side. How about you? I can't get past 45 degrees or thereabouts. That's because I have a human wrist, not a bird wrist. A bird wrist can fold
It
all the way
hurts,
up
but I can go
the side
this
of the body.
far.
You can almost touch the finger bones to the side of the arm.
Wow.
That's because it has a swivel wrist. It's got a special bone in its wrist called a semilunate carpal. It's a half-moon-shaped bone, and that allows that wrist to swivel sideways. A bird can't really do this. Their wrist doesn't bend that way. It bends the other way. It swivels. So if these feathered manoraptors are birds, our prediction is we would expect to see what? A swivel wrist in these animals, right? Well, what do we find? That's exactly what we find. So you see there's the chicken with the swivel wrist, Sapiornis, which is an extinct bird, and Microraptor. They all have this.
So he thinks all the Manoraptorids are birds. I still can't get my head around that. Like, how do you rationalize calling something like Utah Raptor a bird?
Big bird.
Therizinosaurus is a Manoraptorid.
And I brought it up earlier, but Tyrannosaurids might have ancestrally had one too.
Yeah.
So, how far are you willing to go here, man?
Same bone and the swivel wrist functionality. So they have the ability to kind of close their wing. Now, if you look at the dinosaur wrist there on Allosaurus, it's very different. It doesn't bend that way. And that's consistent.
Oh, here we go.
I like how he had to reach so far, like out of left field, to grab something that didn't have it. You obviously can't pick anything that's even like vaguely closely related because it looks so similar.
Wait, not just that. He has Stokesaurus on here. Stokesaurus is it's an ilium.
It's a leg bone.
It's like an iliac blade. That's what Stokesaurus is. We don't have its hand. Unless I'm misremembering something, that's all we have of Stokesaurus.
It's SpongeBob imagination. Oh, jeez.
Oh no, that's Jura Tyrant. That's not Stokesaurus.
Oh, okay.
That's a synonym. Yeah, unless he is... Juvenile South Dakota. Oh, I'm sorry. Stokesaurus isn't an ilium. It's two ilia?
There we go.
Are you serious?
Okay, so they're just making things up.
They're just making
All
it
right.
up.
Yeah. Sorry, I did not know that. I didn't know there was two, and I didn't know that they were both ilia. That is amazing.
Huh.
There's one thing that I
Good.
Go
ahead.
I'm looking at like the bird skeletons here, and again, he is doing his darndest to make it appear as though these bones are identical in structure between all the Maniraptorans and the birds by like gluing the Maniraptoran digits together like that, and not illustrating the fusion in the adults of all these bird species, where those are like very clearly different things. Because I think immediately upon doing that, he would not only differentiate those, but raise the question of like, why does that look so similar to Tyrannosaurus Rex? Because a lot of people have seen a T-Rex hand, and it looks so similar in structure to those fused bird limbs, or those fused bird digits and limbs.
Put it up here with Struthio.
Yeah.
And also, this is an inaccuracy thing, but a fun fact about Coelophysis. Apparently they are individually variable on whether or not they have that fourth metacarpal or not.
Huh.
Interesting.
That's really
Yeah.
cool.
From the same bone bed at Ghost Ranch. Some of them have 4, some of them have 3. And otherwise the hands are complete.
That's awesome.
Cool.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
Oh, also, thank you, Dr. Tapioca Weasel, for becoming a YouTube member.
Ooh, thanks so much.
Gracias, Doctor. I will say, unlike me, Tap here is an actual doctor. He has a doctorate in physics, and he will be doing a show tomorrow with the other friend of the channel, Maya Adkison, on her channel. They debunk all kinds of pseudoscience. I was on there last week.
Cool.
That's awesome. Yeah, I'll definitely have to give it a watch.
Yeah, it's called Bad Science Sunday. It's a lot of fun, honestly.
Very cool.
Check it out, though.
Yeah, I'll go check that out.
And Tap then gifted 5 memberships. So,
my God.
I mean, shoot, man, thank you.
Thank you. Oh, wow.
That's
How
appreciated. Yeah. But all right, let's see what
Across
he has next.
all the theropod dinosaurs that we see here that are not birds. And so you can see that bottom row, those are all different dinosaur wrists, and they function a little bit more like a human wrist. They have the ability to grasp. But all of these feathered Maniraptorans have a swivel wrist. And this is a big problem for evolution, because somewhere along the way, this is a quote from an evolutionist, somewhere along the way from early dinosaurs to birds, wrists changed so
Robin Meadows 2014, revolving the flap over dinosaur or over bird wrists.
Wrists went from straight to bent and hyperflexible, allowing birds to fold their wings neatly and surprise when not flying. Underlying this change. So drop in the number of wrist bones. Well, those wrist bones aren't exactly disappearing. I think that's kind of misleading language that he's quoting there. They're fusing together, and that fusion is pretty gradual and quite well documented as far as I'm aware.
Oh, and I'm guessing you know what cherry picking is.
Yeah,
Yes.
of course.
Now, in this issue of PLOS Biology, Alexander Vargas and colleagues resolve this flap, drawing on both fields to fight. to clarify the identity and evolution of bird wrist bones.
Of course.
They always do this.
They did looking at the title of the article, skipping the 3 paragraphs at the very beginning that tell you everything that disproves what the people are saying, and then skipping to like the 1 sentence later on that maybe supports them.
Well, yeah, I mean, the thing they're doing is they're picking the problem presented in the abstract of the paper that the paper solves, as if the paper is concluding with that problem.
Yep, this is their citation. This is a sentence later.
Oh my god.
And then right beneath it, there you go.
Oh my god. Literally the same examples they gave.
Oh boy.
Fingers don't even have them. Wrists went from straight to bent and hyperflexible.
Oh, and Jester in the chat is right. For Bad Science Sunday, Maya provides the hot, Tap the mess. However, Tap is also the stripper. He will dance. He has danced before. He will dance again.
Allowing birds to fold their wings neatly against their bodies when not flying. Underlying this change is a drop in the number of wrist bones from 9 to just 4. He doesn't offer a lot of explanation of how this happened. This is a big problem for evolution. Like, what benefit would that give to an animal to completely...
That's what the paper's about!
And not even the paper. It's a review of a paper, it looks like. But yeah.
Oh my god!
Can you imagine peer reviewing one of their publications? It's great.
Oh, that would be fun.
They have a paper on why Archaeopteryx is a bird and not a dinosaur.
Oh boy.
They cited that earlier in this video, I think.
Uh-huh.
Oh
Yep.
yeah.
It's amazing.
re-engineer its wrist so it can bend sideways before it can even fly. Doesn't make sense. In fact, it creates a very nonsensical creature. You've got an animal that has these, it's supposed to be hunting with these large forelimbs that it's supposedly evolved. But then it's got these big feathers coming off the fingers that get in the way.
They can still hunt with those. They still have fingers. The feathers are on the outside.
I mean, those feathers might even be beneficial because they're increasing the size of the manus without adding weight. I don't know if that's, it's probably not the main purpose. Wing-assisted incline running is the most accepted hypothesis. But if you just totally throw that out the window, there's also the proposed idea of large manual feathers evolving. This is not valid, but it was proposed that they evolved as like bug capturers, like basically flipping out the feathers to form a net that you could use to like herd bugs into your mouth.
They kind of show that in Prehistoric Planet. They show a juvenile troodontid doing that.
Yeah, it's definitely not the reason that they evolved. I think that could still surely be a possible explanation. Yeah.
And, I mean, there's also the idea that doesn't seem to be the main one in favor, but I think is still valid of if you have, like, something coming off your limbs and you jump, it cushions the fall and you can glide.
Yeah.
Like, it may not be the main reason, but it's useful as all get out.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? And when it tries to grasp something, it can't actually grasp. It has to like pull its arms and swivel the wrist sideways. It doesn't make sense at all. So, number 2.
They don't. They do this. We know they do this.
Jeez.
Major difference is swivel wrist. But there's 2 more for the wings. Number 3, stabilized shoulder. All right, we've been at this a while. This is the 4th session for some of you, and you might be getting a little weary. So do me a favor and just shrug it off. Okay, shrug it. Roll your shoulders back, bone forward. All right, very good. You guys are awesome. All right, feel a little better. Take a deep breath. All right, what you just did, all that motion in your shoulder.
Oh yeah, this talk was given at a conference that they did. It's part of the same conference that Dapper and I were actually watching. That you saw us go over Drip. It's painful.
Shoulder. You can do that because the only skeletal element, the only bone attaching your arm to the rest of your body is your collarbone. It's just this little bone right here, and it can move around quite a bit. Birds can't shrug their shoulders.
I think the scapula also attaches.
Yeah.
I think they're just both mobile.
Yeah.
You know that? They can't shrug their shoulders at all. Their shoulders are locked into place with their rib cage and the rest of their body. They can move their neck a lot, but not their shoulders. Why is that? There's a really good reason for that. If you grew feathers on your arms and tried to fly like a bird, you would have a big problem. You'd most likely dislocate your shoulder and break your collarbone because your shoulder is not built for flight. Flapping is a big deal to a bird. And so they need to stabilize.
I mean, considering humans can hang and swing just fine, I think they'd do okay.
Yeah.
If we were smaller and you gave us big enough wings.
Musculature is really developed well enough for that, but
Birds are teeny tiny, and also they're not really the way that birds fly. It's not like they're pulling a ton with their back muscles and like jerking their shoulder back and forth. Their wing is like pushed against the side of their body and just articulating up and down, which they do with two sets of chest muscles. They're not like pulling back chest, so the wing isn't like the attachment point isn't experiencing a ton of stress.
I mean, that is what they're saying, is that they are structured differently, but
So there was a talk I listened to that you might find interesting, Drip. It was given by someone about Ashtarkids and why Ashtarkids could grow so big, but birds can't. And one of the main things that they landed on, at least for flying birds, why they can't get so big, is because they take off with a combination of jumping and then flapping. But the way their body works, they can't push off with their arms. They can only push off with their legs. And there's only so big you can get before your legs either can't take the strain, or your legs can take the strain, but then your legs are too heavy and you can't fly very well. And then Ashtarkids solved that problem by jumping with all four limbs.
Yeah.
And then their takeoff muscles are also their flight muscles.
It's really cool. I do talk about Ashtarkid like flight dynamics a lot, and we have those amazing trackways that show their like takeoff pattern.
Just catapult.
Yeah, they're so cool.
They're terrifying.
Yeah.
Shoulder joint that can handle all of those forces of flapping. It's a very rigorous activity.
Okay. There are two fossil groups that I am actually terrified of. One is Ashtarkids. Two are Oviraptorosaurs.
Yeah.
Because, especially when you get to Gigantoraptor size, that's horrifying.
I cannot get my head around the fact that Gigantoraptor existed. It's like someone took a little Oviraptor and then grabbed the corner of the image in Photoshop and then just pulled it up.
Yeah.
It's not like Utahraptor where it starts to look more like a generic theropod as it increases in size within the group. It's just Oviraptor, but huge. It's...
Yeah. Utahraptor goes from wolf to bear. Gigantoraptor goes from hawk to 10 times as big hawk. It's
And so
horrifying.
that's what birds have. This is a goose skeleton. You can see this is the shoulder. The black bone is the scapula. The gray bone is the humerus, which is the first bone in the wing. And then they've got this special bone called the coracoid, which is in blue. And that bone works with the furcula and the scapula to create a tripod type structure, which is a really strong engineering structure. So the shoulder is kind of attached to this tripod. And so it's very stable, right? And that shoulder doesn't move. And you can see that angle. You've got that angle between the scapula and the coracoid. And that adds to that stability. Dinosaurs don't have this. So this is an Allosaurus shoulder.
You are literally showing an Allosaurus's scapula coracoid.
They have the exact same structure. He's making the argument that the angle is different. That's clearly one of the things that is easiest to change is the arrangement of bones in the body. They're not even making the argument that there's a new structure here and therefore it couldn't have existed. It's just that it is shaped differently.
yeah.
Is shape different. Evolve can't change thing.
She's got different vibes.
It has a coracoid bone.
Yeah, what is Allosaurus doing with its arms? It's not flying. It's grabbing sauropods by the throat.
Yeah, I
A
mean,
goose doesn't do that.
that doesn't exert a lot of force on the body, I don't know what does. It's still a very powerful animal, very powerful muscle.
We have many Allosaurus that have tendon avulsions in their limbs just because of how rough and tumble they were.
That's so cool.
Allosaurus is a meth head of a theropod. It really is.
Yeah.
They were Jurassic meth heads.
Bone, but it's almost like it's just an extension of the scapula. In fact, in some cases, they're so fused it's hard to see the line between them. So what would our prediction be?
They fuse in adulthood, yes. It's an adaptation for strength.
Our prediction would be that if these feathered mammoraptors are birds, we would expect to see a reinforced shoulder joint, like what birds have. All right, so there's our goose, there's our Allosaurus. There's Cathiornis, which is an extinct bird. You can see it's got the angled scapula and coracoid.
Oh, and actually, kind of an odd thing. They don't show Allosaurus's furcula here. That's kind of weird.
I wonder why.
I wonder why.
Here's what
Up there.
is so crazy to me about this diagram. If you take Allosaurus and you put it on the left, it just forms a trend line of the shift, the decreasing scapulocoracoid angle.
Okay, when you turn this into a video, you have to do that. Just move it slowly to the side.
And then
I'll do
and
that.
you can put like, yeah.
I'll remember to do that.
And you can put one more taxon in there, and then it's just like perfectly smooth. It's
Just do Guanlong. Do a Tyrannosauroid.
totally.
It's perfect. Or Sinosauropteryx.
And there's our Dromaeosaur, Microraptor. Same thing. It's a little bit slightly different shape, but it looks nothing like the dinosaur. It looks very avian, looks very bird-like. It's got a reinforced shoulder joint. Let's extend that out. You can see the dinosaurs across.
Oh! Well, hey, there you go. He even already made it for you.
Just provided for us. Cool.
Both Sinosauropteryx and, again, we don't have this, Stoxosaurus.
But I thought evolution was the land of SpongeBob imagination making things up.
Also, that feels really robust for Coelophysis, but
I
don't
think
know.
it's just because the arm is scaled up so much.
Yeah, it's fair.
I like how the Caudipteryx and the Sinosauropteryx ones are like so similar.
Let's see, Cauda.
They're like
Oh, yeah, there you go.
close.
You want your transitional fossil, buddy?
Oh my god.
It's really amazing, isn't it?
This is crazy.
Every diagram is like this.
Oh my god.
Also, what does the ostriches one look like? Doesn't look a lot like these. It looks a little bit like these.
The bottom, they all have those rounded coracoid bones. They're just an extension of the scapula. Don't have that extra stability. And across the top, you can see there's some variation, but they've all got some more of an angle and more of an elongated coracoid bone. If you look at that ostrich on the far top right, you can see that the angle's not very sharp. Why would that be? Well, ostriches can't fly, right? So they don't need as much of that stability. So it has a broader angle. And so we see that in some of these extinct animals too, like Caudipteryx. The angle's not quite as strong. It was most likely flightless. But it still doesn't look like a dinosaur shoulder.
How about
And it's really
that?
cool, the muscle system that birds have around their shoulder joint. They've got a really elaborate pulley system in their shoulder. So they have a muscle that attaches to the sternum, and it loops up through something called the triassial canal and attaches to the humerus and helps raise the wing. It's a pulley system. So how did a dinosaur shoulder with a usual deltoid muscle that just helped raise the arm loop through a canal to create a completely different muscle?
Why don't you ask the extinct bird family that's built in the opposite way?
Clearly there are a lot of different ways that this goes. Yeah, he really doesn't talk about enantiornithines at all. That's really...
I'm not familiar with those.
They're a group of extinct almost birds. Well, I mean, they kind of are birds. They're right next to birds, but their muscles attach in the opposite.
They're the extinct sister group, right?
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, they're always on about a transitional form, and enantiornithes are basically the same as modern birds except for this. So it doesn't seem like that huge of a leap.
Also, I'm noticing he has Microraptor here with a keeled sternum. I don't think Microraptor has a keeled sternum, unless I'm missing something.
It it doesn't. That's why there's the blue thing there, because he made it up.
Oh. What do you know? Yeah, this just is... I'm looking at a skeleton right now. That's not there. It just has gastralia like every other dinosaur.
It looks like what he did there is he traced around the gastralia and then just like color dropped it. That's why it has like the rugged edge.
You're right. Oh, so this is cartilage, but it's definitely not make-believe, huh?
Yeah.
Also, Allosaurus doesn't have a furcula here. How odd.
Muscle structure. It even reversed the direction that it was pulling. So Microraptor, if you look at that, the latest research indicates that Microraptor and these other feathered man
Oh, but they did all include the delta pectoral crest. That's neat.
raptorins had a similar pulley structure. So their shoulder was very much bird. So our third major difference is that stabilized shoulder. All right, one more wing difference, and that is the shoulder joint. Okay. All right, make like you're gonna do a chicken dance. All right, and then raise your shoulders. Okay, raise your arms up. Get your elbows up. See how high you can go. All right, so you can get up there a little ways. If you straighten your arms out, interestingly, you can raise your arms up higher, right? So that's what a bird needs, right? They need a wide range of motion in their arm, right? In their wing, and so that's what we see in birds. This is a kind of a cross section through a bird, a European starling, and you can see the coracoid.
Hey!
I knew it. I knew it. These guys get used a lot in data sets, particularly in the US, because a little while ago, a bunch of people who are really into Shakespeare wanted to bring all the birds mentioned in Shakespeare's plays to the United States so they could just have them here. And these guys in
Are you serious?
Yep. These guys in particular, the starlings, they completely bred out of control, and they're everywhere across the Northeast.
So you can just take them home. You can just pick them up.
I thought they like hitched a ride on a ship. That is the dumbest.
Yeah.
But I'm not surprised.
Yeah, these guys are everywhere. They're not protected by Migratory Bird Treaty Act, so they're pretty commonly collected by museums and amateur collectors. They're great if you want to practice skinning and taxidermy. So a lot of museums will keep frozen European starlings around. They run into buildings a lot, so you don't even really have to go out and catch them. You can, if you walk early in the morning and you're in a city, you can find a starling every couple of blocks, probably.
Wow.
Yeah.
Again, that is the dumbest reason to introduce a species I've ever heard, but I'm not surprised. And I said a word I feel I should define for the audience. So this is the humerus here, the upper arm bone. If you see this big bulge here, that's called the delta pectoral crest. It's a muscle attachment site that you don't have because it's specific to all archosaurs, especially dinosaurs. There's a similar site on the back of the femur that all archosaurs also have.
The fourth trochanter.
Indeed.
In the furcula bone, there's two white bones, and then you can see the blue part, which is the range of motion of the humerus. Okay, and then there's that red with the little arrow. It's called a glenoid, a lateral-facing glenoid, and so that's just the fancy word for the socket that shoulder attaches into, right? And it needs that range of motion. So that glenoid, that socket that is in the shoulder, it's located high on the body, and it's angled sideways so that they have a wide range of motion. Well, let's look at a dinosaur shoulder. This is our Allosaurus. You think it could flap? No, definitely not.
It's the same stuff. It's just
moved down a little. All of the same bones. It's just down here a bit because Allosaurus would jump on sauropods and get them in a death grip. That works better if your arms are close to the thing that you're death gripping.
yeah.
I think this goes along with the kind of misconception people have where people are like, oh, so the T-Rex is the closest, or like the chicken is a descendant of the T-Rex, where people, kind of think that the dinosaurs that they've heard of are actually the direct descendants of modern birds, not realizing that they branched off at different points. and I think this is playing. with
Yeah,
that.
it's playing with the idea that birds are dinosaurs, therefore dinosaurs have to all be birds. It's it's like if we made the argument that whales are not mammals by pointing out that
They swim.
well, they swim. Mammals, clearly whales are not mammals because they have a fused pelvis as opposed to the isolated pelvis, which is unique to whales. Show me a wolf with a blowhole.
I mean, how similar is a human to a marsupial? Like, that's about how much difference we have between us and marsupials, between Allosaurus and bird.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if they were showing like a tyrannosaurid or a dromaeosaurid here, which they've cut it at I think a pretty interesting point to the point where they're like, oh, dromaeosaurids are clearly birds. But if you show like a tyrannosaurid and then show a dromaeosaurid, there's almost no difference there. And then if you go down the line, this sharp contrast that they've made out to be the case by cutting out the ends of the spectrum and gluing them together falls apart. It's so like clear how they did this like so intentionally. It's so bizarre.
Yeah. Also, I just noticed this drawing has the furcula. Why do none of the comparison shots have a furcula?
It's really
They
interesting.
forgot to omit it.
Yeah.
Not
That's
only does it have a
probably
much
it.
smaller arm for them, but it's angled down. It's located lower on the body. So, how about some of these feathered manoraptors? What do they look like? Well, here's Microraptor. Shoulders located high on the body. You can see the coracoid and the sternum.
Let's see. I've got a Microraptor skeleton here. They put it a little too high. Go figure. Just a little bit.
And they have like a giant sternum drawn in there. In the Microraptor one.
Here we go. Here is a 3D printed Microraptor at the perfect pose for this comparison.
Oh yeah,
Look
that shoulder's a little too high. Yeah, more than
Yeah,
a little.
look how low it is here compared to the back compared to here.
Oh yeah.
How interesting.
Sternum there, and the glenoid is pointing out at that wide range of motion. Sometimes it's a little bit easier to see even on the side view. You can see the Allosaurus there. All it can do, its arm is just pointed down and to the rear of the animal. Just got a little range of motion there, not a lot. But the Microraptor and the starling have a broad range of motion for their wing, right? And you need that to be able to fly. And that's consistent across these feathered manoraptors. So there's our first four.
And actually, I remember there was a study specifically on Velociraptor. It couldn't move its arms. I think they were stuck at horizontal at most. For at least Velociraptor. Like, it couldn't go higher than that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure if you did a similar study tracking that sort of arm mobility from the base of Maniraptora up to AiG's, it's kind of a clear trend already just looking at the position of the bones themselves, but it's just increasing arm mobility all the way, because if you're, doing that whole raptorial prey restraint thing where you're using where wing mobility directly correlates to a successful predator, either through that or through being able to run faster up inclines or be more mobile in tree environments. It's just very clear that over generations you'd get more arm flexibility. That's, I think, fairly intuitive.
Yeah. Oh, their next point's going to be a doozy.
Feathers, swivel wrist, stabilized shoulder, and that specialized shoulder joint. So we took these, and we said, okay, let's analyze these across 157 different species of non-avian dinosaurs. Okay, and then the first row there is birds. So blue is all bird characteristics, green is all dinosaur characteristics. And you can see there's a pattern there, right? These are different family groupings. And now you might be looking at some of these, and you might see that the dromaeosaurs and the troodontans and the oviraptors, some of them are kind of big.
And they're about to have a T-Rex roar. But oh geez, I'm trying trying to look at what everything says, but
I don't know what they're. Oh, is that
So-
how many members of the group have that trait?
yes, I think so.
Okay.
So why do we have two therizinosaurs with that shoulder joint?
Why do I don't think we have 12 specimens of Therizinosauria with skin impressions. I think we have one, and it has feathers.
Yeah. Also, why is Silurosauria separate here?
These are all Silurisaurs.
Yeah.
Because their audience doesn't know what these words mean.
Yeah, that's
yeah.
I don't know what part of the tree these are all on.
they're all Silurisaurs.
Yeah.
Particularly, these are all like I think if you consider Tyrannoraptor a valid grouping, these are all Tyrannoraptorans. It's basically just Maniraptorans plus Tyrannosaurs.
Well, no, they have Compsognathids too,
Oh,
so
they
it's just
do.
all Silurisaurs.
And it's not grouped phylogenetically either, obviously, but it seems like they're trying to make the case of it being like a clean line by shifting Therizinosaurs away. But Therizinosaurs are like the closest to all those ones.
Yeah, they're closer than ornithomimids,
Yeah.
who we also have feathers for.
What is this? This is
Bad.
Bad, Rexy. Get back. Back. All right, stay
You
still.
have
right
the
there.
budget to do that better.
Tyrannosaurus Rex, ladies and gentlemen. He's a big guy.
oh, it has
I will
pronated.
say-
They pronated.
course.
But the weird thing is, other than the pronated wrists, this is a pretty accurate T-Rex, weirdly enough.
The jugal horn should be replaced by
What's it called? Oh, I just lost the muscle name. The
Oh, is this the thing that they
yeah.
the paper came out about recently?
I literally
The
had it
jaw
in my
muscle.
mind. The exoperia.
the jugal horn should be replaced by an exoperia attachment point.
So now it's outdated. But at the time this was made, yeah, this is a pretty good T-Rex. But it's post.
And-
It's still a pretty good T-Rex. That's a small detail.
yeah.
It's good enough that I know this specimen. This is Sue.
Yeah.
Sue has this really long, skinny head. Which I saw a picture comparing a bunch of T-Rex skulls recently. They're so bizarrely variable.
Yeah. I think that's potentially a product of regional variation in relation to diet, ontogeny, and just in general the lifestyle of the animals.
Even just for all adult tyrannosaurs, there's just stupid levels of variation.
That makes sense.
It's-
I mean, bears across like the United States and Canada are crazy variable in terms of not only their skulls but their body structure as well.
That's true.
Yeah, that is really cool though. That certain groups of animals are just like off the wall in terms of individual to individual variation. Humans are kind of like that.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
Tyrannosaurus Rex. 43 feet long. Very large.
Are
One
you
of the
ready for
largest
more AI?
predators to ever walk the earth, right? Allosaurus, also pretty big.
Oh no!
32 feet long.
Yeah.
I saw the screen darken and I was like, oh, I remember this.
Okay,
Ooh.
so we have our classic.
Oh, I just
two-clawed
realized I'm not at
Allosaurus
1080p.
AI
There we go.
generated
with
Allosaurus, yeah.
with teeth that in the bottom jaw don't extend past the very tip, and then in the upper jaw. Oh my god! And then it has apparently just no neck muscles.
And it is.
And
it
iguana
is
spikes.
ripped to hell.
Yeah. Oh my god.
And- I think the skull's halfway between Fragilis and Jamadseni, too.
Yeah, and the nostril is just the entire nares cavity, just like hollowed out.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. That's,
That
that's
poor
Alice.
thing's starving.
That's Big Al 10 days after she died.
Yeah. And actually, funny you say Funny you say she. I was just made aware of recently. Apparently, a study, like an actual study, not just a rumor, might have found medullary bone in Big Al.
Yeah,
It's I, that that's cool.
it is pretty cool. I think that's awesome. I love that kind of thing. I really want to go back, like, and have studies go and look at these old, like, historical specimens that have historically been very valuable,
Mhm.
and apply, like, new methods to them. Because even these, like, old, super well preserved things, I'm not aware that there's been a ton of histology done on, like, stuff like Eutyrannus. I mean, these are incredibly well preserved individuals that the modern methods can be applied to learn even more from because they're so well preserved. Like, Eutyrannus has soft tissue on it. What can we learn about, like, bone histology from a theropod that's that well preserved in, like, contrast with other theropods that are maybe not as well done?
I think the only theropods of that like grade of preservation that have been studied are, well, Sinosauropteryx for one, and Microraptor.
Yeah.
So sometimes we think that dinosaurs are big and birds are small, right? You get a blue jay or a raven, that's a big chicken. Some chickens actually get that big. Ever been chased by a goose? That's not much fun. Ostrich, heaviest bird alive, 9 feet tall. It's a really big bird. This is a marabou stork. They're really impressive when they fly. We have a couple of these at the Ark Encounter Zoo. You should check them out. 8.5-foot wingspan. Not the biggest flying bird, though. The Andean condor, almost 11-foot wingspan. That's a very large bird. So
My coworker
we think
just-
of dinosaurs as big and birds as small.
A parasite, looking at Andean condors.
Those Andean condors?
Or no, sorry, California condors. But one thing that's super super cool about parasitology is that parasites are kind of like the mitochondria in a sense, in that they experience very different selective pressures to the organism that they exist inside of, and so you can use parasite genomes because parasites do not jump species. You can use parasite genetics to track evolution, and particularly you can identify genetic bottlenecks within certain populations by finding bottlenecks between those parasites. Because those parasites don't go species to species, but they do go individual to individual. So if a population shrinks down, you can look at a bunch of lineages of parasites going extinct with those individuals dying. So it's super cool.
And
It's a fun tangent.
I'm pretty sure there's been at least one study done that tracked the divergence between human head and pubic lice to try and determine when we lost most of our body hair.
That's cool.
Yeah, that's the exact kind of thing I'm talking about. Parasites are amazing for that sort of comparison.
Awesome.
It's so cool.
Yeah, it's not the thing you'd immediately think of, but like, yeah, those populations would probably get separated, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But what if we look at the fossil record? This is Dinornis.
No, it's
An extinct bird, 12 feet tall.
that's an AI generated image of Dinornis.
Yeah.
It did not look like that.
It had a much bigger head, didn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
Or at least one of its relatives did. The big Australian one that was just named last year.
No, I
That
think
size looks-
I think it had a smaller
yeah.
head with a less curved bill.
Did it?
Bill looks pointier on the AI
the
generator.
the
Yeah.
demon duck of doom. I'm looking at Dromornis plani, or at least a reconstruction of it. It has a bigger head with a hooked beak.
Dromornis or Dinornis?
Dromornis. Oh, that is. They are showing Dinornis.
Showing
my bad.
Dinornis. Yeah, Dromornis definitely had a larger head than that. But no, I think yeah.
Very large bird. That's Argentavis, 21-foot wingspan.
I think that's just an AI scaled up condor.
Yeah. Looks like it. I can't like make out what that is. I can't tell what's the head. It looks
Yeah,
like
the camera's pretty bad.
it looks kind of like just a smear.
Yeah. They, they have tens of millions of dollars in budget. You'd never know it, though.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even want to go outside. That's a big bird. Dinosaurs aren't always big either. It's a
Oh,
decent
here we
sized
go.
Dinosaur. I wouldn't want to have that in my backyard, probably. 10 feet long.
They'll zoom
But some of
in
them are
on
pretty
it.
small. This is that Sinosauropteryx we were just talking about earlier. Only 3.5 feet long. He's so cute.
Naked Sinosauropteryx.
Did they? I'm trying to remember. Did they show a picture of the Sinosauropteryx fossil?
They did, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's collagen.
Insane.
Yeah, and even then, it doesn't look like it either. It's
like-
just a lizard.
That's just.
It's a tiny Komodo dragon.
Yeah.
That's all it is, with
And
long
so-
legs.
Coelophysis is just like a stretched out tegu.
Oh, that is a tegu.
Yeah. It has the exact same
They
patterning.
bent it.
Yeah.
Ugh.
I almost want to pet it.
Yikes.
What about some of these feathered maniraptors? Well, Microraptor, we were just talking about. He's the dromaeosaur. Caudipteryx, we were talking about him, an oviraptorosaur.
That is a chicken.
And this is
That's
There we
what
go.
they want you to think.
That's that's just a chicken.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just a chicken.
Hey, at least they got the color of Microraptor better this time.
I think
Better.
That's cool. Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
not bright green.
Oh no, that was Archaeopteryx.
Yeah.
Oh,
No, but that is
Right.
actually a pretty good coloration for Microraptor, although it is a little too bright blue. But they are like iridescent,
Mm.
right?
Yeah, they would have an iridescent sheen. Also, really quick, $5 from Vandalia 1998. He says, glad to support your channel. Also wanted to know if your guests want to join us for our next episode. Hopefully next week, knock on wood. Vandalia and I, we're doing a series going through dinosaur phylogenies. Next week, hopefully, we're going to have a special on if Apatosaurus and Brontosaurus are the same thing or not.
That's very cool. Is that going to be recorded next weekend?
Yes.
Okay, I am unfortunately pretty unavailable for next weekend and then a while after that because I'm heading out for my dig and then I should clear up while I'm in the field for a little bit, but that's like my packing weekend, so I'm probably going to be, unfortunately. I would love to join y'all.
I was gonna say,
Whatever,
I'm not
free.
sure I would have much to add to that discussion. I'm not the most knowledgeable about dinosaurs compared to all of you.
It's all right.
Well, if you do wind up having the time, it's usually on an evening. We'd be happy to have you call in from your phone. We can deal with the audio, but
Yeah.
that's all up to you.
I would definitely love to, even while I'm in the field, if I'm like available. I'll send you a message when I am, and that would be
Alright.
awesome.
Also, super duper quick, I have to go for a second. I will be right back. The stream might freak out a little bit, but I'll be right back.
Sure, no problem.
I just gotta check something.
Cool.
All right. Well, we're still here.
We're still here.
Let's bring up the chat and see if
Let's-
anyone has any
hey, chat.
questions about dinosaurs.
Pop some burning questions in the chat. Ask me about things. I'm an answerer. Yeah. If anybody is interested. Oh, hello.
Okay. It was very
Okay.
short. All right.
That was like way less than I expected it to be. Hello.
Yeah, sorry. I have the free version of StreamYards, and they have a limit on how long you can record. So I had to clear some space to make sure we have enough room for the stream.
Makes sense. Excellent.
Sorry, were you saying something?
I was just keeping. I was just talking while you were gone to make sure that like the stream kept going.
All right. Oh, we do have a quick question. How big were T-Rex hands versus human hands?
In terms of the entire size of the arm, it's actually about the same. Which is kind of scary because it's like the perfect size to destroy you in arm wrestling. in terms of the robustness, they're actually a lot like thicker and larger. I mean, they're very muscular compared to human arms. They would be much stronger and more powerful,
Mhm.
just because of
Like-
the size of the bones and the muscles at the upper shoulder that are being attached to those limbs.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it depends on the individual T-Rex and the individual human, but I'd say generally the size of a large adult man's arm and hand, like a tall person with long fingers, because T-Rex has those claws.
Yeah.
Yeah. If anyone else has any dinosaur or bird questions, please feel free to send them in. I will say, if you send them in the form of a super chat, it does highlight them for us, so it's easier to spot. But feel free to ask any questions. We both love dinosaurs. Drip does a ton of paleo art. You can ask him about his art. I'm sure he'd love to answer any questions.
I have my doodle pad here that I've been marking on. This is
What was your last doodle?
I did this Barbarodactylus because I was thinking about pterosaurs with like merganser type like serrated tongues.
And didn't someone ask you to draw the one with the ice cream cone?
Yeah, someone asked me to draw a T-Rex with an ice cream cone during my last stream, and so I did that. But this is a Barbarodactylus with a tongue that has like kind of those goose serrations on it for grabbing fish and pulling them back into the gullet. It's totally speculative, but it's the kind of thing we see in a lot of birds, and so I figured it was reasonable to include there.
And that's fun though, and I mean, there had to have been at least one pterosaur that developed something like that, with all the weird stuff they do with their faces.
Mm-hmm. And you know, there's barely any mainly fish-eating birds that are around today that don't have either a highly serrated bill or a highly serrated tongue. And so I'm willing to bet money on, if we ever get pteranodon soft tissue of the bill and the tongue, one of those is going to be serrated for prey capture.
I was gonna say, we have a lot with fish in their stomachs.
Yeah, we know they're fish eaters, and that sort of bill shape in general is pretty common among like ocean birds. You see with like terns and diving birds and stuff. But a lot of those birds, they do have that serrated tongue to pull the prey like back, like razor bills, I believe, do as well.
Huh.
Yeah.
And in terms of pterosaur faces, I just learned this the other week. You know pterodostro?
Yeah.
Those are teeth. I thought they were bristles. No, though, it has 500 teeth, and they
they're
are
all, like,
literal toothpicks except skinnier.
Oh my god.
they're like hairs. It's crazy.
That's wild. It's absolutely horrific.
Pterodostro is one of my favorite animals of all time. It's amazing.
Here, just so people know what we're talking about, this is pterodostro, and this is on the website, what was it? Pteros. Those are not hairs. Those are teeth. It made a brush out of teeth.
That's awful.
It's amazing.
Pterosaurs are monsters.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Named Yanyan Hualong. They're not very big, right? But you can't use size, as you can see, to tell the difference between birds and dinosaurs. You have to use other criteria, because there's big dinosaurs and small dinosaurs. There's big birds and there's smaller birds. Now, some of you might be wondering, well, what about some of the bigger dromaeosaurs, like some of the bigger oviraptorosaurs, like these guys? We're going to talk about them in a little bit. All right, so now we're going to move on to the last criteria. Some of you probably heard the phrase, if it walks like a duck and talks like a duck, then it's a duck, right? And part of the reason for that phrase is because birds walk very differently from dinosaurs. And other
What about loons and mergansers? Are those ducks?
Mergansers, yes. Loons, no. Loons are, they're, I forget the name of the family. They're closer to grebes than they are to ducks.
Which one looks more like a duck?
It's a great question. If I was looking at them, I would pick mergansers solely because they have the webbed feet that loons kind of don't have. Loons have more of those like semi-palmate feet, like grebes do.
Oh, they do? I didn't know
think
that
so.
actually.
Um,
And I
oh no, they have pretty webbed feet, but their webs don't go like past the tips of the toes in the way that duck webs do. In some cases, anyway. Loon feet are
Okay.
crazy.
oh yeah, it does. Never
Other
mind.
bipeds. So this is a photo of a roadrunner. And have you ever looked at a bird and wondered why its knee bends backwards? Well, that's not actually its knee. That's actually
I saw a video recently of a woman who adopted a roadrunner. Like she nursed it back to health after it was injured. It runs around and it acts like a little velociraptor. Like it wags its tail, and because of how long its tail feathers are, it looks like it just has a little velociraptor tail.
Oh, that's awesome.
And after playing Prehistoric Kingdom and seeing their velociraptor, I can't unsee it.
Yeah,
It's amazing.
the
just
ankle.
the same thing.
The knee is up in the body, usually covered by feathers, kind of hidden. And that's because birds are knee walkers. Their femur, the first bone in their leg, stays relatively
Where's Microraptor's fourth trochanter?
Clearly, it's not there because it's not a dinosaur. It's a bird.
Where's Gallus domesticus's fourth trochanter?
I think the way that they're doing it is just so that it's in silhouette. They might have rotated the bone.
Oh, like it's hidden behind the leg
Yeah.
or behind the rest of the femur. Ah, boy.
stable.
Also, Microraptor doesn't have a reverse helix.
Yeah.
It has an inline helix.
And the rest of their leg moves underneath it. That's why they look so funny when they walk. But dinosaurs, they walk more
Neither
like
does
people, hip walkers,
Allosaurus.
right?
Why-
The whole leg swings when they walk. So what are some things that would help us discern if these feathered manoraptors walked like birds? Well, one thing is the tail. We mentioned the tail earlier. So it seems like 30 tail vertebrae or fewer is about the threshold for a short tail. And as we look at these animals, you can see Microraptor has 20.
Dinosaur, bird.
I think the threshold for a short tail is not necessarily how many caudals there are, but how long the tail is. I feel like that's at least partially intuitive.
Did they just fill in Confuciusornis like with just what they thought it would be shaped like?
No, I think Confuciusornis
Confuciusornis, we have a tail. I think it does have a pygostyle.
yeah, so this like chunk of fused vertebrae that don't
okay,
articulate
okay.
together
Yeah,
are the pygostyle
because that looks
that you would find in these
very
birds.
strange.
Yeah.
Just like they strapped a knife.
Um,
to it.
No, I'm looking at Confuciusornis by Hartman. It just looks like that.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
weird.
One thing that's very interesting here, though, is with Microraptor, they've called this a pygostyle, but it's not. The dromaeosaur tail is just a series of vertebrae that are held together by ossified tendons. The vertebrae aren't fused together.
Though they do interlock past a certain point, so they are stuck together.
They're stuck. They don't. They're rigid, but it's not bone fusion like you see in the pygostyle. Interestingly enough, that's not unique to Microraptor. It shows up in a lot of other dromaeosaurids, and the trend we see as we approach Dromaeosauridae from the base of Dinosauria is that the tails get less and less flexible until you hit the Maniraptorans.
Oh, you mean like if we were to take, I don't know, Allosaurus and Sinosauropteryx and move them up here? And then put a Ceratosaurus on top?
Yep, and then maybe throw a Tyrannosaur in there, in between them.
All right, I'll add that
You
one
know,
as as well.
Yeah.
You know, show the transition into Tetanurae, which I wonder what that translates to.
It means stiff tail.
And then Silurosaurs, where, oh, what's this? Sinosauropteryx, a basal Silurosaur. All the muscle migrates up here, whereas in Allosaurus it goes back farther. How odd.
Oh boy. What trend are we noticing here?
26. Archaeopteryx only has 22.
I feel you'll have fun with these diagrams.
They're so. It's crazy because they're like almost actually good diagrams for illustrating evolution. They just
If you
cut off.
just move them.
Yeah, they cut off the ends and then put them in the opposite direction. They're like, where's the transitional forms?
Exactly.
If you look at some of these dinosaurs, they're up above 40 in most cases. They got these big, long tails because they need a center of balance that's at the hip, because their leg needs to move from the hip. And so they need a long tail to balance out their body. But birds, they have a center of balance further forward because they're walking from their knee, and their knee is further forward. So, question I'm sure you've all been wondering, can Archaeopteryx walk like a dinosaur? You can see that little tail that it's got. If Archaeopteryx tried to walk like a dinosaur, it wouldn't work. It's way off balance, right? And you'll sometimes see reconstructions of some of these feathered manoraptors that try to pose them like a dinosaur. And they make the tail look thicker than it actually was and things like that to try to make it look right, but it doesn't work. Now, some researchers are kind of thrown off by this because most modern birds have some.
Do humans walk like other apes?
Some people try to make the argument that humans are apes by I can't even adopt this position. It's so ridiculous.
Do jumping or do kangaroo rats? Are those rats? Are those rodents? Because I don't think they move like other rodents.
Oh my gosh. Are whales mammals? Where's the swimming function?
You can do this with every group. Animals diversify and specialize. If only there was a name for that process.
There are a couple questions in chat that I want to answer real quick.
Okay.
Vandalia says, have you ever made a life-size drawing of a big dinosaur? Or one that actually fit on the paper? Not a drawing, but I did do a life-sized sculpture of the front half of Machikosaurus knopfleri after the paper came out talking about noasaurid jaws kind of both curving downward instead of curving like away from each other like that. So how they
there was a paper about that?
Yeah, there was it was not very recent, but there was a description of a noasaurid's like specimen that revised like the popular way of reconstructing Machikosaurus's jaws. I forget which ones.
Was Machikosaurus's jaws distorted then? Because
no.
in the fossil, they don't look like that.
You mean in the fossil they curve away from each other?
Yeah, in the fossil they curve away from each other.
Yeah, there's a pathology at the front of Machikosaurus's skull, I believe.
Really?
Yeah, if you look at
for the dentary or for the premaxilla?
for the premaxilla, it curves up in the holotype, and it's reconstructed oftentimes as curving up. But the skull is badly crushed from the side. So yeah, so this cast is based on, it's like the Ornitholestes crest situation. But if you look at here, I will send you.
I did a stream with Vandalia last month or the month before about ceratosaurs, and I pointed out how weird Machikosaurus' jaws were.
Yeah,
I never knew this.
Yeah, I got into this like really heavily because I was like, I want to illustrate an under-illustrated animal. This is a more updated diagram of Machikosaurus' skull where it's in line with other noasaurs.
I noted this. I noted this diagram. I think I pointed out that there are different ways to construct it, and I wasn't sure which one was right. I've seen this before. There's another one, maybe by the same artist, but definitely drawn in the same style, that shows it curving upward.
Yeah. As we found more noasaurid material, it seems to be the case that they're kind of like prosauropods in the way that both of their jaws curve down together, as opposed to them curving apart and acting like that. Like if you can look at the prehistoric planet reconstruction has them curving both down. If I look this up, if I look up Machikosaurus markers, might come up. No. I don't want to go to AI mode. I can here. Let me see if I can send you a post of my sculpture.
That is really cool. I'm glad you told me that. I did not know that. Huh.
Yeah, you're welcome. Media.
I guess in regards to the life-size drawing of a dino question.
Oh, it's that one.
When I was a little kid, I did that for Spinosaurus's hand. I needed so many pieces of paper all taped together.
That's cool.
That okay.
I didn't realize that that was it. That's
Yeah.
awesome.
I mean, that's a good model, but that is horrifying.
Yeah, I was on a marabou stork kick, so I wanted to do like kind of a bald head.
I can see that.
Yeah. The filaments on it are removable. I don't have a picture of it with the scaly neck, unfortunately, but it's a wrapped fabric that those furs are like stitched into, so I could do it with the hairs and without them. They're feathers.
Does it have black eyes?
Yeah.
That's
Jesus. You know what the weird thing is about its relative Lemusaurus, right?
Yeah.
It's one of the only vertebrates that completely loses its teeth as it ages.
That's crazy.
It's so weird. Were there any other things you wanted to answer from the chat? I'm seeing this one from Calvin that might be interesting.
Would genetic modifications in modern bird species be possible in the same way we've made woolly mice as a tool to learn about dinosaur morphology?
I mean, we kind of talked about that earlier with like chickens' scaled arms being like, being genetically modified to have that, or with like similar with you said the crocodiles with the feathers. If it's like
Yeah.
birds.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
or you go ahead.
Oh, they're especially with chickens, just because they're really easy to work with. There's been a ton of research on this. A friend I've mentioned a few times has done a lot of work with that, so she could talk your ear off for hours about it.
I would love to hear about that.
I was
yeah.
about to say the same thing.
She loves those dino chickens.
Yeah, I mean, I am not super into genetics in terms of my work. It's mostly morphology stuff, but there's a ton of like, I know like atavistic genes that are maintained in modern birds that are presumably acquired from their non-bird dinosaur ancestors, like the ability to develop teeth, the scaly arms, that sort of thing. So yeah, we can turn those on and off and learn a little bit about dinosaur morphology through that.
Something called a pygostyle.
Oh, and actually, fun fact, in regards to the woolly mice bit in particular, using, I guess, extinct animal DNA to do some things, I don't know how much you could do, but the tiny bits of collagen we've gotten from T-Rex, collagen's a protein, which means it comes from DNA, meaning you can use proteins to get the original DNA sequence. And we've done that for those bits of collagen from a T-Rex. What animal do you think they were most similar to that the researchers compared it to?
Is it going to be a bird?
Maybe.
Yeah,
Struthio camelus.
it's an ostrich.
Yeah. That's pretty cool.
That's pretty
That's
cool.
It's a shorter tail with
Cool.
stones on the end. And these extinct animals, these feathered maniraptors, they have something that's a little bit different from their pygostyle. But
They're not fused. They interlock. They're not fused. And actually, the way they're interlocked is interesting because they have a lot of upward motion, apparently, but very little side to side. Like you know the fighting dinosaurs, the Velociraptor and Protoceratops.
Yeah.
The Velociraptor's tail is making an S curve vertically.
Yeah.
functionally, it's very similar. And you can see the base of the tail is very flexible, but the end of the tail is stiff. and that adds to their flight ability. It's kind of a flight control that they can use. And the same thing with Microraptor here. It's got an unfused.
Also, wait, I'm sorry. With large muscle attachments, do they have muscles in their tails or not? You keep going back and forth on that.
I think they're making the argument that the first tail muscles are the ones.
Oh, those are the. You're right.
Yeah.
Sorry,
No, you're fine.
I
Fused Pyga style.
my brain
But
is
there's still
rotting.
stiffening elements in it. At the end of the tail, it's still stiff. As opposed to the dinosaurs, like the Salosaurus. It's got that big, thick tail that's flexible all the way down. And this is really important because it's a problem for evolution. If a dinosaur,
well known
I-
for their flexible tails.
Tetanurans.
Yeah.
They're
you ever
flexible.
seen in Monster Hunter when Anjanath does that tail swipe? That's perfectly scientifically accurate.
Yes, exactly.
There had to be theropods where, like, when they got angry, all the feathers just.
Oh, that would be so cool to see.
Awesome.
even if it evolved wings somehow,
Oh, and I was just gonna say, same thing we've talked about before. Just take that Allosaurus and drag it up.
Yeah.
magically, and tried to fly or tried to soar, it wouldn't work. It would fall out of the sky because its center of balance is too far backward.
I think this animal's issue is not that it's falling to its death, but that its spine seems to have already been broken.
And it also seems not to have eaten in several months.
Yeah.
But it could eat the rest of its body in 2 bites.
Yeah.
Even so, this animal would be more likely to survive a fall than one that didn't have this half wing you're yapping on about.
Yep.
The center of balance needs to be really far forward for flying to even work. It would spiral out. It wouldn't even be able to glide. So, short tail. That's another major difference between dinosaurs and birds. So another thing is, again, that knee walking. And we'll illustrate that by looking at our Allosaurus, the skeleton here at the Creation.
Oh yeah, they have an Allosaurus skeleton at their Creation
And
Museum.
it's almost totally complete, isn't it?
It's a beautiful skeleton.
That hurts.
Yeah.
It's an actual skeleton?
Yeah, no, that's not a cast.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, I think the head's a cast. The head is in a separate case, but it's I don't know if it's almost complete, but it's a crying shame.
Yeah.
Museum, Ebenezer. If you look at that tail, number one, it's really long, like we talked about.
Oh yeah,
But another
Ebenezer.
unique thing about it that we see in dinosaur tails is it's got a lot of large muscle attachments. Look at all those bony processes that go all the way down the length of the tail. That's because it's got, scientists think it had a large muscle called the
I'm looking at this tail and I don't feel like it's entirely right. I think there should be a few less of these. And for
Yeah.
Allosaurus, the caudofemoralis should stop around here, I think.
Mm-hmm. And I think that tail is. It just feels wrong to have it have like so strong of a curve like that. Like that is not like a natural posture for the animal, I feel.
So it
I mean-
feels just a little long.
Yeah. I think it might just be that it seems longer because the like the little chevrons on the bottom are going too far out, but
Actually, maybe it's not too long, but there's something funky with it.
I think it might just be the pose, that it's kind of a weird pose that it makes
Yeah.
it seem strange.
Yeah, maybe.
Because it's not like the natural kind of like resting pose, it's like pulled up.
Yeah. It's like a cat tail when cats hang their tails behind their backs. Or
The
behind them.
caudofemoralis longus. And it needed to attach to that tail, and it used that muscle for walking. Because that femur has to move somehow, right? And so there's a muscle attachment on the femur called the fourth trochanter. That big old muscle attaches to the femur, and it pulls the leg back and propels the animal forward. So there should be evidence of that muscle if it's a dinosaur. If it's a bird, we expect to not see evidence of that muscle. Well, what do evolutionists say about this? Here's a quote from an evolutionist. In advanced...
Oh, we got a quote. In advanced forms such as Oviraptorosaurs, Troodonts, or Dromaeosaurs, many of the modifications towards an avian style of walking had already taken place. That's Christensen, Pear, and Bond.
2002.
I mean, this is
Not necessarily.
it's not wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just saying that these groups of animals are very similar to birds compared to the outgroup.
which is true.
Yep. Which has me curious. Yeah, would you believe it? This paper goes on to talk about how things are a smooth transition. What do you know?
Forms such as Oviraptorosaurs, Troodonts, or Dromaeosaurs, many of the modifications toward an avian style of walking had already taken place. So they're saying, they're admitting that these animals, they already walked like birds. But they're not birds, they're dinosaurs.
Yeah.
Look at the language that they use there.
Straight past modifications.
Well, I think he's about to comment on that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Huh.
Forms, modifications that had already taken place. That's evolutionary language. And this is all through the research papers. There's some things that are good observational science, and there's a lot of stuff that's just storytelling. So,
Oh,
Holy.
do you know what historical and observational science are?
Oh my god.
I'm not familiar with those.
So, creationists seem to, well, not seem to. Anything that didn't happen in recorded history cannot be speculated about because humans weren't there. Basically.
It's the idea that you can only collect data from experiments that you're doing yourselves and not
Yeah.
kind of like
Or-
natural experiments that have occurred in the past.
Or that were recorded by people. So, before writing, you can't predict anything.
Idea that
You can't understand anything about the past.
Yeah, it's the
There's
idea.
no sense to make.
If a tree falls in the forest and no one's around to see it, the tree isn't real, and there's nothing on the ground.
Yeah.
There is no forest.
Exactly.
And the forest was laid down naturally by a single cataclysmic event 4,500 years
It
ago.
was the mud flood.
You have not met Mr. Mudflood yet.
Oh no.
He's not in this. His name's Roger. He is
Is that the mud fossil? guy?
horrific. Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
here's a diagram of that. Again, that muscle that provides that locomotion in a dinosaur. Birds, very different. They have a
Look next time you have chicken. You will find it.
He's labeled it. Small or absent. What does that first word mean there?
Hmm.
I wonder if you took all those birds that have an absent fourth trochanter, and you drew a line and you highlighted them in the bird family tree. I wonder if they'd all be very close together. I wonder if that's possible.
Also kind of strange how the Cado femoralis is still connecting to the tail.
I have no idea what kind of argument he's going to construct about this because,
Well, it's small, so it's not real.
okay, yeah, that's fair.
There's no gradient. Also, Vandalia for $2. I didn't observe the American Revolution. Therefore, it never happened.
Colonies only produce colonies, and countries only produce countries. I've never in my life have I seen a colony turn into a country.
I thought you weren't very familiar with creationists, but you keep quoting Kent.
I think they misrepresented their interactions with creationists a little bit. They keep going on random TikTok lives to talk to people.
I've been doing it more in recent days in preparation for my Dakota trip because I know it's gonna happen.
I mean, fair.
yeah.
Do you know who Aaron Ra is?
Yeah, no, I watched a bunch of his herpetology stuff.
Yeah, he's Kent's secretly gay crush. They had a fight a couple years ago that resulted in, I'm just going to call it a lecture series by Aaron refuting every single one of Kent's claims in order with receipts.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
It's worth a watch. It is a glorious deconstruction.
Yeah.
A muscle that has a similar name, but it does the exact opposite. It anchors to the stable femur that's not moving, and it has the ability to help move the tail. So what do we find in these feathered manoraptors? Well, there's Microraptor.
Oh, he accidentally put them in order this time.
Yeah, I was gonna say those are like very similar.
I mean,
Everything here is like perfectly transitional.
yeah.
The caudofemoralis is getting smaller. The fourth trochanter is getting smaller. The pubis is angling is like moving backward.
uh-huh. And it even has a bit of a boot. The ischium is in an intermediate position, and so is the ilium. It's all right in the middle.
Yeah. What? Why do you do this? Why do you put the?
Okay, so what you need to do here is Sinosauropteryx here and Caudipteryx here,
Yeah.
and it'll be complete.
We don't find the big muscle attachment on the femur. We don't find big muscle attachments all down the tail. It just had most likely a small muscle there that provided some tail movement. So they walked like birds. And this is really important for flight as well, because it allows that tail to move separately from the legs. A dinosaur can't do that. A dinosaur's tail has to stay stable while it's walking or running to give it the power.
Oh, whoa, what's this?
Are they pretending that they don't have that Allosaurus doesn't have tail depressor muscles?
Also, they're saying the tail had to stay stable while it was running, when they just were saying, "Oh, look, they're flexible and they move a lot."
They also just changed the muscle attachment site for Microraptor completely.
Oh,
That's not where that goes.
Yeah.
Like, there is no muscle that goes here at all. So, for those who are unaware, when muscles tug on bones, they leave literal scars that are directional. So if you have the skeleton, you look at two scars. If they point directly towards each other,
There's a muscle there.
a scar that points this way is not gonna attach to a muscle here. Especially when there is no muscle here that points here.
Oh boy.
We have dozens of complete Microraptors, by the way.
Or something to anchor to. All right, so we are at 6 major differences between dinosaurs and birds. Short tail, knee walking. Last one, hip structure. So birds have, you can see the blue bone there, they have a pubic bone that points backwards toward the rear of the animal. Dinosaurs have, in that green bone there, a pubic bone that points forward.
I think
And if we look at these feathered manoraptors,
dinosaurs thing.
they're definitely.
Why is on there?
Well, there it is.
What's
What? Kind of weird. Yeah, kind of weird to have Con and Caudipteryx here, but
we expect to find pubic bones that point backwards. Now this one's a little bit hard to tell. In some reconstructions, there's room for interpretation as far as what the exact angle was.
There's room for interpretation.
Is there room for interpretation, or did you just move them because you've never looked at the actual bones?
The room for
'Cause-
interpretation when the skeletons that we have are all articulated?
Because here's the fun thing, folks. Your hip is very important if you walk, so the bones are naturally very well fused. You can't really wiggle your pubis. If you can, you need to go to the doctor. In a wheelchair.
And so some of these there's debates about, oh, what was the exact angle and how far was it pointing backwards or was it vertical? But
Tap's got it. The hips don't lie.
I'm trying to think of a dinosaur off the top of my head that sounds like Shakira. I don't have it. I was gonna do a funny thing.
Maybe Mashikasaurus?
That's what I was thinking.
Mashika.
Overall, it's pretty consistent. The pubic bones.
Oh, is it now?
Okay, now they have a reason for using Stoxosaurus. At least. Well, the bone they're picking out is...
They don't.
But at least there is
We
real
have the-
Stoxosaurus material depicted?
Yeah, a third of one bone in this equation.
That's better than 0.
Also, again,
I mean-
Saptoraptorix and Khan look almost exactly the same here,
Just a little bit.
or look very similar.
They have like this, in terms of
like,
pubic,
angle.
the pubic
Yeah.
position is like basically the same.
Oh, you know, I was about to say maybe they based it on Guanlong. But I have their favorite artist, Scott Hartman here. There's Guanlong. Let's go back to the chart here. Huh.
Huh.
Huh?
Huh.
Huh. Interesting. Funny that the thing that is farther up the bird tree from Compsognathus has a pubis that points, if I can find it again, almost directly downwards. Huh.
The dinosaurs going forward, the pubic bones in the feathered maniraptors, birds, are vertical or going backwards. And this is a big problem for evolution, too. Evolution
Oh, I guess I'll
says
let him read
additional
it.
support for a locomotor transition within Eumenoraptor comes from the evolution of highly retroverted pubes, that's rear-facing pubic bones, which, as previously
Pubies.
studied, have proposed is likely to have fundamentally altered the moment arms and by inference functions of several major
Locomotor muscles.
Highly retroverted pubes. Sure, I'll say it like that from now on.
Yeah, again, locomotor transition. We see this in a straight line along with all the dozens of other changes. It's actually incredible.
It's so
In the-
formulaic. They do the same strategies on like every point.
Hmm. But it works.
Yeah.
Somehow it works for them.
I guess you just have to trust your audience not to be curious.
Yeah, I mean, they're also kind of pre-primed to believe what they're saying, so...
Yeah.
Yep. And they just feed them this constant cocktail of misrepresented science from all sides. So nothing in the world makes sense except what this organization says. So
Yeah.
you have to listen to them.
locomotor muscles. What are they saying?
And if you don't, you're going to hell.
Oh.
Basically, the whole pelvis was re-engineered between dinosaurs and birds. They're completely different structures, which makes sense if God created these as different kinds of animals, right? All right, so we've got our 7 major differences between dinosaurs and birds. There's more. We've got a whole list of other things that we're going to be looking into and researching because there are tons of differences between dinosaurs and birds, but these are the ones we've had time to research so far. So jumping back to this, you can see there's a consistent trend of blue bird traits in Avila.
Really? Are you sure about that?
Really?
Again with the weird organization of the chart.
Hey, wait. The Compsognathids have a bird pubic angle according to this. What's that about? That's not where they were in that other chart.
And they have 0 feathers in Tyrannosaurs. I think what they're doing here is they're just assuming that anything without fossil-based data fits their worldview, like their presupposed one. Because I know about maybe 3 Tyrannosaur specimens, or at least 3 species of Tyrannosaurs that have specimens that preserve any sort of integument, and at least one of those is feathered, well, Tyrannosauroid. I guess that's fair because Utyrannus, but
Utyrannus, D long. I don't think Guanlong has any. And then we have a plethora from later Tyrannosaurids.
Yeah.
which are all scaly. But those are all large-bodied members, so you'd expect them to have reduced feather coverage.
Why do they have no feathers within Coelurosauria? Because everything they're pointing at here is within Coelurosauria. I still don't get that.
I don't know, and I can't even say that they're using it as a stand-in for Compsognathid, because Compsognathid is right here. Well, when in doubt, just lie about everything, I guess.
Yeah.
Age, Dromaeosaurs, Troodontids, Oviraptors, and even Alvarezsaurids, which are funny little birds. They remind me of kiwis. And then the dinosaur family.
Wait, Alvarezsaurids are birds?
But they don't have wings. They don't have feathers.
I like how they conveniently grade out the 0 to 12 on the feathers there.
All of our swords don't have feathers according to them. They have filaments.
Do we even have filaments preserved for Alvarezsaurs?
I think they were covered as having filaments like with bracketing, but I'm not aware of any Alvarezsaurs with preserved material.
None that I can think of. But also the glenoid fossa for Alvarezsaurs would be down. Their arms are lower down, and they have these big buff arms with one or two huge claws.
Yeah, for like
They
digging.
are citing a paper here at the bottom of the screen.
But that's just a description of a
Yeah,
dromaeosaur.
I
Yeah,
am
it is.
wondering how they're relating that to this.
I think they probably just pulled the phylogeny, like the traits that they used
Oh,
to
okay.
put the
Yeah.
dromaeosaur into where it is based on
Got
its stuff.
I don't know.
I don't know
I
how
honestly
they've
don't
gotten
know.
feathers, and I don't know how
Well-
we've gotten feathers from that unless the dromaeosaur was.
They might also have just thrown in a paper to make it look more legitimate.
I would vote for that
Yeah.
because there is no way a paper would pass peer review with this as its data set for all of these groups.
Because Coelurosauria is in there with all the Coelurosaurs. You're right.
And at least just going by feathers, ding, 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 ding,
Yeah.
very obviously undisputed feathers.
Yup.
Yeah. So there's no way that they're actually pulling data from that paper. Yeah, you're right. I think they are just putting it on this.
Or at least not for all taxa,
Yeah.
or all of these groups. It's vey.
Groups, Coelurosaurs, the Tyrannosaurs, the Compsognathids, Ornithomimids, and actually Therizinosaurs, which some people call them like the panda bears of the dinosaurs. They're just weird. You should look them up. I don't have time to go into them right now. They're actually in Maniraptora, but they look like dinosaurs. So they're one of the exceptions. And you notice there are a few exceptions here in the data. There's some greens where you'd expect to be blues, and there's some blues where you'd expect to be greens. And our researchers have done a ton of work looking into every single one of those exceptions in that data set. And it seems like either there's a good reason for it, like, oh, it's a flightless bird, so it doesn't have quite as much of that reinforced shoulder, or there's just biased interpretation or bad data. All right, so our hypothesis, God only created feathers on birds. What do you guys think? Seems like it was correct from all the evidence we have so far. So could God have created birds on dinosaurs? Yeah, he could have. Did he? We don't have any evidence of it yet, so probably not. All right, now the big question I'm sure everybody is curious about. What about the raptors? Okay, let's talk about raptors. I really enjoy these movies, the Jurassic movies. They're really fun. Like Brian said, I've been a dinosaur lover since I was a kid, so I've seen them all in theaters. And,
Just personal rating for the Jurassic movies. Go.
Like my ranking of them.
Out of 10 or ranking. Either way.
Jurassic Park, solid 9 to 10 out of 10. Lost World, 7. Jurassic Park 3 gets an 8, but just because of the beautiful male Velociraptor designs, they're so well colored. This is mostly just based on how much I enjoy them. Not the actual quality of the films.
Yeah, fair.
Jurassic World's like a 5. Fallen Kingdom is like a 4 at the most, maybe like a 2. They really start to go downhill in terms of dinosaur designs. And then Dominion, I think Dominion gets like also either a 2 or a 1 just because of how hyped up the accurate designs were for that movie. Like they did this whole press junket and being like, they're so well researched, we're making real dinosaurs, and then they like put out the crocodile Giganotosaurus and all that stuff, and the T-Rex that was just the T-Rex from the first movie with like fuzz on it, and it was like, okay, what are we doing here? The Quetzalcoatlus was pretty good though.
I think so for mine, 10, 8, 5,
That's fair.
5,
Yeah.
1.5, 2.
Yeah.
I rewatched Fallen Kingdom pretty recently with someone who helped with the designs for that movie, and they're such a mixed bag. And
Yeah.
some are arguably some of the best in the series. The Carnotaurus is amazing.
That Carnotaurus is pretty great, yeah.
And then there's the Baryonyx.
Every time I wasn't even considering the Baryonyx, or sorry, the Baryonyx, I mean the Carnotaurus. This is proof, because every time I think about Fallen Kingdom, the Baryonyx flashes in my eyes, like it's seared into my retinas. I
Oh, have you seen the reanimated scene with the original design?
yeah, that Digital Duck did.
Yeah.
Yeah, with the Julius.
Why? Why couldn't that one? It was so good.
I have no idea. And the Suchomimus that same Paleoartist did for the original Jurassic World that got scrapped and then ended up in Jurassic World Evolution 2 looks so amazing. It's like probably, I think that Suchomimus might be the best design in the series. That's my personal take.
Ooh.
I mean, I don't know if we want to go through all of them now, but that's my pick.
Are we sticking to just the movies? Well, I guess no, we'd be just going for the whole canon. Ooh. That's tough, because that one is certainly super up there. Actually, two that might rival it for me are both from the Jurassic Park Telltale game. The Herrerasaurus, which is just my canon colors for Herrerasaurus,
Yeah.
and the Troodon, because it is so weird and out there.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like a dinosaur, but it works so well, and it's really well used in the story.
Yeah, the Troodons in that game are crazy.
And the clicking scream they do, that gave me nightmares as a kid.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. I never finished the Telltale games. I played them. I played them as a kid. I got to the Troodons and I could not.
They're terrifying.
Yeah. I mean,
Oh my god.
Have you watched? Do you know how the game ends and stuff? Like, have you watched playthroughs of it?
no. I've been meaning to get around to playing it myself. I'm not opposed to spoilers if you want to give them to me.
So, one of the mercenary guys that was at the helicopter, he disappears, right?
Yeah.
It's revealed in the third act that he was attacked by the Troodons. They used their paralyzing venom on him and built a nest out of his body to incubate their eggs.
Awesome. That's so
And yeah, they're so weird and cool, and I adore them.
Okay.
That's so cool.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was not expecting Troodon to be one of your top Jurassic Park designs. That's
Trust
cool.
me, if you play through the game again or you watch a playthrough, they have a presence.
Yeah. Oh my god, those things are nightmarish. I mean, obviously they're Troodon. It's not really a valid taxon, so you can't judge them based on accuracy per se, but as a creature design, that's like some of the best ever. They're so cool. They're awesome.
They might be my favorite, actually. Now that I think, they might be.
Yeah.
Oh, also, hello, Dom. Hope you're doing well.
Hello.
Yeah, it's been 4 hours.
Yeah.
Let's finish it up.
Let's rest.
I really enjoy it.
So, sorry for the tangent. I thought we could use a mental break.
No, it's good to have.
The raptors from the Jurassic movies were actually based on 2 animals called Deinonychus and Utahraptor. So I'm going to talk about them briefly.
No,
No. It's just Deinonychus.
just Deinonychus.
Why did people think it's Utahraptor?
Because Utahraptor is big.
Yeah.
It's bigger than Deinonychus. It's larger than
Big,
the
and it was published in '93.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm pretty sure Kirkland has confirmed that they were not consulted for the movie.
Yeah.
It was just a coincidence that they published a raptor around that size at the time. And do you know who the Gaming Beaver is?
Yes.
Have you seen his interview with Kirkland?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he says in that he took a cast of the Utahraptor claw to a conference, and then someone else brought the claw from the movie,
Like,
and they met.
That's fun.
Utahraptor is a huge animal. It's like so beyond what you would expect to see from a raptor, yeah.
And weird because of it.
Yeah.
And the movies promote a common misconception, and that is that we find dinosaurs like this, all together, articulated, beautifully fossilized. That doesn't happen very often. So let's talk about Utahraptor.
Not around here, but you do find them like that.
Oh yeah. I mean, not even that far. Like right across Canada.
Yeah, that's true. I wish we had those formations down here. I really do.
Me too.
Yellow bones are what they found for Utahraptor in the beginning.
That's okay
That's it.
in the beginning.
Now they've
Yeah, I think I want to say they had a little more leg material, but I could be wrong. I mean, that's more than enough to know what it is, even if you don't know exactly how it looked.
It's really impressive that people can figure out that much from that little.
Yeah, I mean, it's at this point in time, Utahraptor is basically just reconstructed as like a big, typical dromaeosaur.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, there's much more complete Utahraptor material now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then we found the block.
The cube.
But I mean, it's speaking as someone who has found a killing claw from a dromaeosaur. When you find one of those, you know what you have.
Yeah.
This one just happens to be bigger than your hand.
It's a big animal.
supposedly found some additional ones since then, but they haven't published anything about them really. We don't have good descriptions for them. And they were found in just this big heap of bones of a bunch of different species.
Sorry, what? We have a full description of this material and more.
Yeah, when was this video made?
Last year?
What?
6 months ago
Yeah.
in October.
And this isn't old footage either. This came from their conference that was just last year.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's like way after they described all that stuff.
Hmm.
That's
hard
how
to tell.
fast
Well, what was he talking about?
skeletal is, because that skeletal is from the new description with the new material. That's how they know about the jaw. That's how they know about the downward curving jaw, is because that's from the new Utahraptor material.
You mean like the outline is from there?
Yeah.
But the yellow, so the yellow stuff isn't, but the outline is. You're right, because it does have the downward curving jaw. It wouldn't be there if this was. Huh.
So they intentionally ignored the new material. That was
While using the same figure.
Yeah, and they just painted over the figure with the yellow stuff.
I never realized that. Holy crap.
Wow.
Jesus.
Turn what wasn't, so that's probably why they haven't published much on it. Here's the drawings of the bones from the actual original paper. But that doesn't stop them from creating a reconstruction.
And that's a reconstruction based on the new
Probably why they haven't
material.
published much on it. Here's the drawings.
And I'm just gonna. Okay, first, this bone wasn't highlighted there. That is not a fibula, first of all. Second of all, this is more than enough for you to know that this is a massive dromaeosaur. I can't speak for every part, but the claws and the vertebra especially.
Yeah, that's like a classic dromaeosaur vert.
Yeah, you could not mistake them for anything else. Like, this is how we know, despite Dakota Raptor now being dubious, we definitely have a large dromaeosaur from Hell Creek. That's how much their stuff stands out. And while those old reconstructions of Utahraptor are inaccurate nowadays, they're inaccurate in the tiny details, like the down curved jaw and how stocky the legs are.
Yeah.
Everything else is basically right. Kind of says a little bit about paleontology as a
from the actual
science.
original paper. But that doesn't stop them from creating a reconstruction in a museum like this. So how do they do that? Well, they look at the animals that were more primitive than it, supposedly, and the animals that were more advanced than it, supposedly, that they do have better fossil evidence for, and they create a reconstruction based on their story. Deinonychus, that's Utahraptor. We don't even have enough bones to know what Utahraptor was at this point, whether it was a bird or a dinosaur, right? So
I think that's why they avoided talking about it, because it's ridiculous to say something that is like that is a bird. So they completely ignored all the material, because by their logic, it has to be a bird because it's a dromaeosaur. It's a Maniraptoran.
Yep.
I don't remember if they talk about Gigantoraptor or not.
Probably not.
I'm very curious.
if you love the idea that the raptors in Jurassic Park were real and you want to say, oh, Utahraptor looked like that, go for it. That's all I have to say about that. Deinonychus. Dr. Haynes has done a ton of research on Deinonychus, and she's talked about how these specimens were found 50 million years apart, 30 miles apart, 30 years between it.
You heard me rant about this. I'm not going to repeat all of it, but no.
Expeditions, there's all these different, and that's true of even just the skull bones that they found. They didn't find an articulated skull. They found a bone here, a bone there, a bone here, a bone there, none of them all together, and they put
You find a pile of skull material in a 4 square foot cube square. I wonder if they're associated.
the skull together and said, I think it looks like this. Same thing with the rest of the body. So this brings up a really important point, and that's these words articulated versus associated. So anybody here like to do puzzles? I like puzzles. My family likes puzzles. And so, you get a brand new puzzle from the store. You open the box, and you rip the bag open, and you're digging through the pieces. You know those pieces that come from the factory already together? Those are articulated. All right, they're already together. You know that they belong together because they're connected, right? So those are articulated. Those are the best fossils to find because we know these bones, two bones went together. The rest of the pieces, they're just associated. They're in the same box, right? Now, imagine you're doing 10 different puzzles all at the same time in the same living room. Some of you puzzle makers just had a panic attack. No, I can't do it. Some piece is going to get lost, right? So that's what paleontology is like, right? You've got all these different animals fossilized all around the world, and you're trying to associate these bones together to figure out which ones went with which animal. And if you leave the puzzles out long enough, your kids are traipsing through the living room, pieces are going to get mixed up. This puzzle's pieces are going to be near the other puzzle pieces. But in general, they should be kind of close to the same area where you started it. That's kind of like the evolutionary assumption of how fossils are. The animal died there, its bones are kind of scattered around the same area. That's their assumption because that's their worldview. Now imagine a giant flood comes through your living room. You got waves crashing everywhere, water swirling around, and then the water all goes away. Would you have any idea which piece went with which puzzle? No, you'd have no idea. That's the creationist worldview with paleontology.
Puzzles have pictures on them. Same thing goes with the bones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're diagnostic in ways other than the fact that they're next to each other.
And while we might find, 10 different puzzles that are varying stages of completeness, most of them have overlapping elements that we can use to build a full picture. You have 10 puzzles of the same picture that are cut the same way. They fit together.
When we find a bone and it's mixed with some other bones, do we know it's the same animal? No. Not unless it was articulated and they were connected and you could tell it was the same animal. And so it's really hard. And that's why when we find something like this, it puzzles evolutionists and creationists. They're like, oh, that's exactly what we'd expect from a worldwide flood. It's a
Dinosaur National Monument.
Yeah.
And I know they have articulated material at Dinosaur National Monument. Also Big Al.
Yeah.
And Big Al too.
the whole jumble of bones, right? This is Dinosaur National Monument.
Hey.
So, and that's another reason paleontologists are so excited when they find something like this. It's a fully articulated animal, all fossilized together. And so as we've done our research, we've based these criteria and this research on articulated animals first. We wanted to figure out, okay, if it's right, if the data we're looking at is correct on the articulated animals, which it most likely is, then when we look at the disarticulated animals, we'll have a better chance of being right. All right, pop quiz. I know Brian said there wouldn't be any more pop quizzes today, but I've got one for you. All right, I want you to take the 7 criteria we talked about. All right, feathers, swivel wrist, the shoulder, the short tail, the knee walking, the hip structure, and we're going to evaluate an animal. And I want you guys to tell me whether you think it was a dinosaur or a bird. Okay? All right, here we go. Let's look at the wrist. Does this look like a dinosaur wrist that bends and grasps, or does it look like a swivel wrist that swivels sideways? What do you think? Swivel wrist. Good. Shoulder.
Both.
Is that an angled shoulder, or is that just that continuous scapulocoracoid? It's the angled shoulder, right? Let's look at the hips.
Both.
So Microraptor and Archaeopteryx, those are their hips. Our animal that we're looking at looks like bird hip. Let's look at the tail. Here's an actual photo. Around 26 tail vertebrae. Big muscle attachments? No. Looks very much like a bird. This animal that we're talking about,
What was that?
You could see it curving in the picture.
Yeah.
So it's clearly not fused together.
No, they're clearly using a fisheye lens here, and that's what's causing the curve. It's actually flat.
I know that Drip knows what skeleton this is. It's on public display at the AMNH.
we haven't found feathers on it. But there's an animal in the same family, around the same size, that we did find feathers on. It's very similar. You can see giant wing feathers, big tail feathers. So that animal is called Genuine Long. It's a pretty big animal, about the size of a big turkey. And our animal is there at the bottom. All right, what do you think? Raise your hand if you think our animal was a dinosaur. Raise your hand if you think our animal was a bird. That animal is a velociraptor.
What do you think this same organization said 5 years ago in a video that is still on their YouTube channel?
They say Velociraptor is clearly a dinosaur, not a bird.
It's a scaly lizard.
Oh my god.
Video's still up as far as I know. Or at least it was last week.
I didn't call Velociraptor a bird. You just did. Don't tell anybody that I call Velociraptor a bird. Here is a beautifully articulated fossil specimen of Velociraptor fighting a dinosaur, a Protoceratops. So we know it's not the associated problem. It's not just a bag of bones that were found together.
Fighting a Protoceratops in an Aeolian dune deposit.
Clearly, the sandstorm was generated by a global flood, and
Didn't wipe these away. We're almost done, but it's just
Such a gorgeous.
So
It's
I
an
don't know what to say.
incredible
I'm sorry if I
fossil.
crushed some of if I killed your favorite dinosaur. Velociraptor may have been a bird. That's all I can say. We haven't found feathers on it yet. Maybe we will someday. We'll see. All right. So if we look at all of the feathered manoraptors, the ones we actually
I'm just gonna run a finger up my ulna for no reason and then continue.
find with real feathers, branching structures, there's only about 15 or so of them. There's over 100 species in Manoraptor and in those families, but only 15 or so have actually been found with feathers. And one of the things that confuses us is how these animals are presented.
There are, I want to say, at least 100 species from the Yishan and the Jehol biota alone that are transitional between dinosaurs and birds with all of the features.
yeah. I don't know if they're counting in Antiornithines though, as birds or dinosaurs there, or like.
I want to say they had an Eantornithine up earlier and they called it a bird.
Yeah, makes sense.
If you look at them like that, they kind of look like dinosaurs, right? But if you strip away all the assumptions and just look at the bones and repose those bones based on the things that we talked about, with wings that can fold and legs that had that knee that was closer to the center of balance. And then you put the feathers back on. They look a lot like birds, don't they?
What was that?
Looking at these, some of them just really feel like they would fall over backwards if you posed them like that. Going back to their, this would fall over forwards if you posed it like that from earlier.
Did they did Epidexipteryx with feathered wings?
Oh, you're right. They did.
I wonder if they think Yi had feathered wings.
Like,
With that strut of bone coming out of its wrist.
With the outline of the membrane.
strut of bone coming out of its wrist.
Yeah.
The evolutionary worldview affects the interpretations and the images that represent these animals too. So when you see an image of an extinct animal, don't just take it at face value. You need to dig a little deeper sometimes and ask some questions about it. There's some drawings of Microraptor and Caudipteryx, what they may have looked like as birds. Again, this is a dromaeosaur and an oviraptorosaur. Evolutionists would call these non-avian dinosaurs, but they look a lot like birds, don't they? And we spent a lot of time trying to get these reconstructions right. You can see the skeleton there with the drawing over top of it for Caudipteryx, and same thing for Microraptor.
Mm-hmm.
They might have looked something like this.
You sure
So wings.
worked hard.
Oh my god.
And from here, he just preaches for a few minutes, so
Okay, I don't know if I want to watch that.
I think we're probably good.
Wow.
That took longer than I expected, and I'm sorry. I know that was painful.
It's been a great time. I don't think I would have gotten through without both of y'all.
Oh my god.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Any closing words, I guess?
Oh boy. Yeah. Thank you so much for your time. First of all, I really appreciate you going through that with us. That was an experience of shared suffering, but
I mean, I was the one who suggested it in the first place, so thanks for sticking through with it.
I was
What? It's fun to do this sometimes.
I think we've covered some valuable stuff here, and I had a good time talking science.
I
Grades do
I
we give
think-
the lecture?
I want to sue him.
Out of 10.
Yeah.
I think you'll have a good time tearing this apart. You might want to make it a few smaller videos,
I
though.
was just thinking this might
This might be like a 10-episode series.
Yeah.
You probably could.
Yeah.
Something for me to edit over the next month.
Yeah.
Through all my other stuff that I'm doing.
Yeah. Well, all right. Thanks so much. I hope you sleep well and soundly. And
You too as well. It's almost 2 a.m. for you, isn't it?
Oh yeah. I'll live.
We go to bed around this time anyway.
Yeah. It would have been me doing this or playing Monster Hunter and getting upset.
Oh, I guess I do kind of want to say to anyone who watches this or is watching it now or in the future, if an organization tells you that the entire world is out to get you and they're all against you, they might be misrepresenting a few things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe.
And a general thing that I noticed that I was thinking of commenting on earlier that I think might be good now is a lot of the kind of creationist science stuff. I actually was thinking about this in the conversation that Drip was having with someone before we made dinner. Is there tends to be a lot of kind of prescriptive rather than descriptive looking at the way the world is, like, you know, looking at the way things are and going, you know, clearly these are the way they are because they had to have been intended to be this way, rather than just we
say that these things are the way they are because that's how they ended up. And I think that's a really important distinction to keep in mind. And I think that's something people get confused, not just in paleontology, but in a lot of different branches of science.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. Science builds itself from the ground up, and it constantly critiques itself.
Yeah.
If a lot of basic premises were founded on faulty logic, they would not produce tangible results.
That's very
I mean,
true.
even just with evolutionary biology. Tiktaalik, Archaeopteryx, what is Australopithecus. There are dozens of species and genera that were predicted sometimes decades or over a century ahead of time, just because someone saw a couple patterns and made a hypothesis based on the evidence. And
Yeah.
it keeps happening.
Yeah.
But I think we should probably end it.
Yes.
Yeah.
It has been almost 4.5 hours.
Thank you
Yes.
so much. It's been a great time. And yeah. Thanks,
And
everybody.
thank you to the people who watched and listened along. We love you. Have a great evening.
Have a lovely
Or
evening. Or
morning.
night. Or morning.
Or morning. Yeah.
Or afternoon if you're watching from I think it would be afternoon if they're watching from the Jiho biota.
It would.